Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you are in the world. Oh, let me get situated. Pop the button. I'm so ready. It's time! It's finally time. The final weekend of the season, the final deadline stream, the final F1 Fantasy deadline. An amazing race to look forward to tomorrow, an amazing qualifying. And I'm just gonna call. Lol, that's funny. Shut up. You're ruining my vibe. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. So, FP3 has started. I have FP3 up on my screen. I'm trying to keep an eye on that as well. We're going to be discussing what's happening during free practice live throughout the stream. So I'm watching that, trying to keep an eye on it. So far, I mean, nothing really. Greetings from Abu Dhabi. Oh my god, I can't believe you're there to watch. It's such an amazing race to finish the season. I believe Lando will win the drivers championship. Not necessarily the race, but I think he'll play well enough to get a podium. We'll see what happens though. It's such an exciting one, especially considering qualifying, which I'll be live throughout, of course, watching qualifying with you guys. Qualifying matters a lot today. A lot. It's a big one for qualifying. I think it's something like since 2010. I can't remember the exact stat, but it's the pole sitter almost always win in Abu Dhabi. And Oscar, you believe? We'll have to see how he performs in FP3. That FP2 performance from him yesterday was not. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it didn't show that extra, that you want to see from a title contender. Last 10 years, yeah, that's a stat. Last 10 years, pole sitter has won every single time in Abu Dhabi, which is that is his stats, to be sure. As of yesterday, I've finished, catching up to FP1 and FP2. I worked throughout FP1 and FP2 yesterday, so I couldn't watch it live, but I watched FP1 and FP2. Sauber looked good, man. Good morning. The Fit, I hope you have shorts on now. You'd think, but I'm actually in full costume. There's no soft pants. I'm in a full suit. I dressed up. Full suit for today. I'm not cutting any corners here. Woo, check you, check me. That's what I'm talking about. Sauber looked good. Before we watch more of FP3, I mean, really nothing's happening right now. Over on the F1 Fantasy side, I was a bit unsure doing the double Sauber in my team selection video, but based on their performance yesterday, I could do one of these. This looks pretty good to me. Poochie Head on Twitch saying that I look sensational. Thank you, Poochie Head. I am live on Twitch as well, as always. I do see you as well if you're on the Twitch side. I don't just watch YouTube chat, I promise. It's just that YouTube chat is the most active one, so that's the one that's on screen. I haven't found a good way to combine them yet. Nice suit, thank you. Looking sharp, thank you. Lawson to Hulk and pray for the best. That seems like a move. That seems like a move to me. Alright. We have a lot of things to get through today. We're going to be doing F1 Predict, of course. We're going to be doing a brief look back at the season. We're going to be reviewing every team that pops into the Team Submission channel Discord. I'm going to be opening that right now, actually. So if you're on Discord, you can pop your team in the Team Submissions channel. And with the extra time we have today, I'm going to be live for like 5 hours today, guys. It's going to be crazy. With the extra time we have, I'm pretty certain I'll get through literally every team that gets submitted today. So I say that with an asterisk, but I'm confident. I'm confident in my ability. Especially if we do like a couple segments. Like maybe top of every hour, apart from this first one now that FP3's live. Yeah, let's do that. So for today, at 1 p.m. and at 2 p.m. So we'll do 2 team submissions sections that's like 10 to 15 minutes long. That should be enough to get through all team submissions today. So let me change the permissions on the channel. Send message. There you go. Save changes. Team open. I see some priority team submissions rolling in already. Big Papa Bob. Hey yo, welcome to the Twitch side. Alright, let me get the stream back up. Race pace seems to look better on the Haas. Yeah, race pace is better than the... I mean, they had some issues with Behrman's car in FP1, right? So, a bit hesitant there. Race pace looks okay. And I think in terms of the cheap drive, because I'm going to make one cheap driver transfer today. The question is just, is it a transfer down to afford someone else, such as Mercedes up to Red Bull? Or is it a transfer up because I've made some sort of other transfer around? The option here would be if I sell Piastri for George Russell, I can afford to upgrade Hadjar or Sainz to Ollie Behrman. I think my cheap transfer of not cheap transfer, but my midfield transfer of choice this week is going to be Hadjar or Sainz to Behrman if I transfer up, or Hulkenberg if I transfer down. And then the other move is going to be Piastri either down to Russell or Mercedes up to Red Bull Racing, depending on how good Mercedes look is probably the factor there. I can get to a Max Verstappen Lando Norris team, but that requires a -10. So I haven't completely ruled that out, but it would require selling both Hadjar and Sainz. I would get Verstappen in, and it would be Fernando Alonso and Nico Hulkenberg for a -10. I'm not saying it's not good, but I think I'd just rather have Russell if I'm unsure about Piastri, right? I'm umming an eye between double Sauber and them losing places or Haas gaining places. That is the classic F1 fantasy question. Reckon Yuki Bowling might be on the card, maybe on the cards. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he's out of the sport, so, well, not out of the sport, but out of a seat for next year. That's early. Let me take a look at some screens. Yeah, this is early. This is like an hour 20 earlier than I've ever been to this stream. Let me lower the music slightly. But yeah, I want to... usually I start the stream by doing F1 Predict, but I won't do that now. I will do that as soon as FP3 ends, I think, because I still want to get through FP3 before I do anything like that. Let's see. There. Which combo of 2 most preferred? Max, Russell, Norris, Piastri. I mean, most preferred is Norris, Verstappen for sure. But it depends on like how you get to that and how you afford it, obviously. I do think if you're considering Norris, Verstappen, you need to have like at least Hulkenberg, Alonso in there. Bortoletto maybe. I wouldn't want to be there with like being forced to be Colapinto. No timing board is effing up my ability to analyze this practice session for sure. Is the live table here working? Launch live timing. Let's see if this works. Nope. That does not look correct. The wrong time for the live tables to be incorrect. Let me just double check something real quick. I just have to mute the music for a moment. I don't think anything really has happened though, so should be fine? Question mark. Let's put the music back on. All right. Now I can see what's going on. What do you think about kick drivers this race? I'm heavily considering both of them for this race, actually. I should have the elite data up here. The elite data, for those of you who don't know, on F1 Fantasy Tools show what the global top 500 currently have in their teams. Important thing to note is that the data is slightly skewed because obviously the people who are here are top 500 for a reason, and especially in the last 2 weeks, it's really favored those who's gotten the 2x correct, or 3x correct if you popped the chip back in Qatar, which a lot of people did, right? So it definitely matters, and I would imagine that the people who are like 500 through 1,000 are more skewed towards the middle. Like, I don't think Norris is actually only owned by 30% of people. I think it's actually closer to maybe 50% of like the global top 1,000, right? But obviously, because Norris scored less than Piastri and Verstappen last week, there's a lot of shuffling in the global 1,000. But I am just outside the global 1K, so I am trying to get in there. What do you think about the best B differential B drivers? I mean, it's definitely Kick Sauber and, like, I mean, Albon, if you can get to Albon. 0.8% is absolutely disgusting. But Albon is obviously a very, very difficult driver to get to. So it's not something you can just expect to be able to pick up. But I think, yeah, Albon is an insane differential. Bortoleto and Hülkenberg are literally just above that. I do, however, think that Hülkenberg and Bortoleto will be bought by a lot of people today. They're very cheap, so they're not at difficult price points to afford. But at 5.6% and 3.2% respectively, I do not think they will reach above like 30%. I would be surprised if the... I mean, unless they absolutely kill it in FP3 and do something out of this world in terms of pace. Like display of pace, I should say. That tempt everyone into buying them. But they are at a nice price point, so it's quite easy. Like, Albon is very difficult because you have to restructure your entire team to get to him. Whereas if you want to buy Hülkenberg or Bortoleto, most people are sitting on Sainz. Most people, you know, Sainz is owned by 71% of people. Most people are sitting on Alonso, 75.8% of people. You can probably afford Alonso to Hülkenberg. Hadjar is owned by 51.4%. Gasly owned by 37.8%. All of these people can move to a kick Sauber driver if they want. So, yeah. Which beat drivers would make up for not having Max? I mean, nothing makes up for the fact that you don't have Max. I guess it would be like the Red Bull constructor, if anything. But you just kind of need Max to not win. With Norris. I mean, it's more like you have your second premium driver, such as Piastri, or if it's Russell or Antonelli, that you hope that they outperform Max Verstappen. Or that you can afford something like a Behrman that scores like a 25-pointer out of nowhere, like he usually does. Which B-tier constructor team, Kick or Alpha Tauri, you're poor? I would probably go for, based on what I've seen, Kick. V-Carb could probably also be good. Williams, if you can afford it, but Williams isn't really a cheap constructor anymore. It's probably Kick. I mean, it depends on their performance, right? If Hajar I mean, Lawson... To be fair, like, both Lawson and what's the price point of them, actually? Like, what's the difference between Kick and V-Carb in terms of price? It's a solid chunk. Like, V-Carb is twice the budget of Kick. So it depends on how poor you are, I suppose. Caldori, hey, oh my god, so professional. So your professional league has come down to me only having 40-point lead going into this last race over my rival, who had a crazy good 3x last week. It's all come down to this race. Also, suit looks top shelf. Thank you so much, Caldori. That is very exciting. It's almost like it's mirroring the actual F1 season with Norris and Verstappen, no? You were super far ahead, and they've had a recent surge of points, and now they're really close by. I mean, 40 points, unless they have a chip, should be safe, unless you get super unlucky. But just try and copy his moves. That's what I would do. Ensure the win. Alright, do we have a live... Okay, the timing table is working now, but a lot of people haven't set times at all, which is interesting. I'm not listening to the commentary, by the way. So, if they say something interesting... Or if you find out anything new that I would not be privy to because I am live and can't watch multiple screens at once, please let me know in the comments. And while you're down there, make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. We, as said before, we're going to be live for a long time today, so... Forgot about budget now. V-Carb, Haas, Kick. In what order, I would say, this week? Is that the V-Carb, Haas, Kick? I suppose Haas is also like an option. What's Haas's price? 15.6. I mean, between Haas and Racing Bulls, considering they're almost the same price, I think I would pick Racing Bulls because Ocon's really not been that good, even with overtaking. So, depending on what other drivers you're trying to afford, if you're going for a cheap constructor, it's Kick or Racing Bulls. But, I mean, in reality, it's probably neither of them, right? Is it worth not having Max versus Russell, but Bear, Lawson, Sainz to make up Delta? I think so. It depends on what kind of Delta you're looking towards, but if you're looking towards, I mean, the cheapest drivers of this CDA, cheapest drivers available is Colapinto, Alonso, Hulkenberg. I mean, I think Hulkenberg could perform pretty well, and Alonso could always pop up with a result, right? So maybe it's not worth it. It depends on if you have to take like a -10 to afford the team, obviously. Because if that's the case, then don't do it. Alright, let me look up some... What was the poll time here? Poll time... Abu Dhabi 2024. 122.595. Just so we have that as a reference. It's good to know. It feels like I'm doing a quality watch along. I don't usually watch FP3 live, but I thought for the final race of the season, I want to watch it anyway. Alright. I think we'll kill the music so I can listen to the commentary. I don't have separate audio tracks. I'm a noob.
His first ever.
Oops, that's the wrong one. None of you heard that. None of you heard that. There you go. Okay, now you can't hear it. Would you rate a team with Lando, Max, Kimi, but sacrifice Mercedes to Kick? No. Oh, you just kicked from Twitch? What? What? Why? Really? I got banned from Twitch! No! What happened? Huh? Copyright? For what? Because I... Huh? What did I do? Was it literally because I accidentally did a millisecond of the sound? That's insane. What? That's really unfortunate. Someone trolling you? I might have just gotten banned on Twitch. I'm not even joking. That's really funny. Wait, when did this happen? For what? Just take my money. What are you doing? Hold up. Literally right now. So wait, did you guys hear the did you guys hear the millisecond of F1 audio? Is that why? That's what? I accidentally unmuted the FP3 for like a millisecond. Oh my god, that's insane! It was an accident! Oh my god. That's so annoying. That's so annoying! Oh my god. Don't ban me on YouTube, please. I mean, there's no other reason. Like, that's I've not done anything else. The music I'm playing is copyright free. Your account is currently suspended. Okay. Appeals portal. I guess we'll just appeal this live, huh? That's fun. I mean, it has to be that, right? Yep. I can't even make an appeal, dude. What the was going on? That's so funny. Your account is currently suspended. Alright, that's fun. Can I see how long? Your account has no active suspensions. That's incorrect because I'm currently suspended. That's so funny. Oh well. Yuki massive impeded Lado. I definitely missed that because I was looking at the other stuff. Oh well, I guess I'm banned on Twitch. Whoop. Hi Rain, how are you? Just wondering what you think the best Limitless team is. Thanks, unfortunately, last stream of the season. Yeah, last stream of the season, but I'm excited for it. Best Limitless team is, I mean, it's Norris, Piastri, Russell, Max, +1 of your choice. So 5th driver slot is Flex. And then it's a McLaren and then either Mercedes or Red Bull. That's the team. Alright. That is really funny. Try again later. Bro. Oh, I guess I'm just banned on Twitch, dude. I mean, if it banned me for the music, it's incorrect because the music is royalty free. I'm just hoping I don't get banned from YouTube now. That'd be very unfortunate. I mean, you could barely hear the audio. Like, it's unbelievable if that happens. This is not how I wanted this stream to go. Oh, well, I mean, if the Twitch is banned, the Twitch is banned. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just have it up again for next year. Huh. Welp. That sucks. Or am I getting trolled? Did someone report me? That was a micro blip of audio there, if that was a reason that's lame. I mean, it probably is. There's nothing else it could be. But yes, that is insane if that's the case. Like, I understand if I played 10 whole seconds, but it was literally for half a second. I literally just clicked the wrong button. Let's get the live timing up. Let me see if I got an email about it. Nope. That's kind of shit. No, I feel like they should at least send you an email like, "Yo, you got banned, bro." But I guess it is what it is. Alright, well, that happened. Max fastest, yup. But I mean, they're not really setting laps at the moment. That you get insta ban from a report, yeah, that's pretty unreasonable. I mean, it could just be the world trolling me at this point. That's so funny. Final. I made it throughout the entire year, and then now I'm just gone. Now that's like AI instant thing. Did you at least get a cash withdrawal yet? I've gotten one cash withdrawal from Twitch last month, so it shouldn't be that much. But that's fine. Like it's not a lot of money. Pro streamer, yeah. Big $100, big $100 on Twitch. Alright, which minute was the Yuki impediment on Lando? I wanna watch that the highlight. Ferrari found some speed. Yeah, but they're not really speedy yet. Guess you'll just get your updates through here. You can watch practice and come back. That's okay. What's your call for driver of the day? Antonelli, Tsunoda, Max, Norris, other. That's a good question. I was surprised Sainz didn't get the driver of the day last time around. I don't think Max did that much. It was more McLaren messing up. So I was actually surprised about that DNF that driver of the day. I mean, it has to be said that just because the hate towards McLaren right now online and in the community, in the fandom in general, is just so unbelievably huge, especially among casual fans. Casual fans hate McLaren now. And I think that is really showing. I think a lot of people are rooting for Max as the underdog. You know, hard to say that with Max Verstappen, but he is an underdog. I would be surprised. Like, maybe if Norris wins the race, he gets driver of the day, because like he wins the race, he wins the championship. But I think if like Norris gets P3 and wins the championship and Max wins the race, I think Max can get driver of the day still. Oh, Hamilton. Bye-bye. That was a solid spin. That is not red flagged immediately. Wow. Whoever wins gets driver of the day. I don't even think Norris gets driver of the day, which definitely diminishes his pick in F1 Fantasy a bit. Ugh. That is not the end to the season that Hamilton would have wanted, but let's be honest, it's not been the season for Hamilton anyway. Do you think Tsunoda lost race for Antonelli due to online hate for driver today? That's a good shout, actually, for Antonelli. I think Antonelli is definitely in contention if he gets top 3. I mean, if Antonelli's on the podium, he definitely gets it. But even like Antonelli in top 5, maybe. But honestly, if I had to pick one, it would be Max Verstappen, which is crazy to say. Oh, look at Lewis. He's helping fix the car. Putting half the front wing in the cockpit. Where's your Twitch account? I got banned, bro. Mid-stream. I got banned like 20 minutes ago. I accidentally showed a millisecond of audio from the FP3 stream and I got insta-banned. I clicked the wrong button and muted and unmuted the audio on the wrong thing, and literally, like, I'm not even joking, it was less than a second, and I muted it again, and I got insta-banned. Like, actually insta-banned. Just, like, some AI flagging just got me. Which is unbelievable. Like, I understand if it's 10 seconds, like, I get it, you know? That's on me. But, like, a second and a half? Come on. Come on. And I can't even appeal it, man. I'm trying to do it live, but, like, it just says, what's this? It says in Swedish. An error was caught when the appeal site was loading. Try again later. And then there's just nothing there. So I can't even appeal it. Do you think every year top 100 is god tier achievement? Yeah, that is insane. It's also gonna get way more difficult with every race that goes on, right? Or every race, like every extra season is gonna be harder and harder to get top 100 because more people are inevitably going to be interested in the game. I don't even know if no, like I'm saying, it was definitely not 2 seconds. It might have been over a second, but like at most it was a second and a half. Dude, what? Your Twitch is tweaking. Your account has no active suspensions. I'm suspended, bro. I can't do anything. Oh my god, this is so funny. I mean, it's in Swedish, but like it literally says your account has no active suspensions. Click show history to get a full register over your past mistakes. Past bans. And there's nothing in the history. That's so funny. I love this for me. If I'm not suspended, Twitch, why can I not log in? Twitch is twitching. Twitch is twitching. Alright, while we wait out this yellow flag, I really want to see something from Piastri this, oh my god, look at that tire. There's a brutal flat spot. I mean, the tire's also dangling off the car, but, you know. Is Behrman must-have? No. He's good, but he's not must-have. Let's put the music back on while we wait. Yeah, what I was gonna do, I was gonna mute and turn off the music, but instead I unmuted the F1 TV audio. I just clicked the wrong button and I got insta-banned in less than a second. Is Behrman worth dropping from Max to Russell? Probably not. It might be worth it for me to drop Piastri to Russell. But, like, if you have Max, keep Max. Is Hamilton a play now if he starts last? I mean, I think that car is not that broken. I think they'll fix it for quali. Yeah, it's fine. That car is definitely fixed for quali. I know it's confusing because I'm usually not live during FP3, so it feels like a qualifying session. But it is just practice. Watch Max pull something insane off. I mean, Max definitely can win the race. Like, 100%. Nico said that it's super safe that Hamilton car will be fixed. Yeah, and I agree with that. That car was fine. There's like one wheel, like the suspension and front wing. That is fixed in half an hour, if even that. That was too short of a duration to get banned. I agree, but you know, apparently Twitch did not. But Twitch is saying that I'm not banned, but I also cannot log in because I'm banned. So that's great. I mean, it is what it is. Whatever. As long as I don't also get banned on YouTube, we're fine. I should stop saying that word because then I'm gonna get banned. What transfer to maintain overall rank was like a safe team. I mean, if you can have Norris and Verstappen and like Sainz, Hadjar, Alonso, that's probably like the safest team you could have. I mean, I can't afford it, obviously, but like if you have this plus Mercedes, nothing can stop you. Because like you need like Hadjar, Alonso, and Sainz to DNF to lose. Yeah, no commentary, just curse on yourself. -10 to get both Norris and Max instead of Piastri. That I have that option as well. I haven't decided if it's worth it. So I could do Piastri, Hadjar, Sainz out for Verstappen, Alonso, Hulkenberg for a -10. Would you do -10 for that team? The previous one with Hadjar and Sainz? Probably. That team is insane. Especially if you're protecting rank. If you're trying to gain rank, it's whatever, right? But if you're trying to like protect your rank, that team is insane. Which B drivers would make Max to Russell move viable? I mean, it's unfortunate right now because like the CDAs, the cheapest drivers available are Hulkenberg, Alonso, Colapinto. And I'm totally fine owning both Hulkenberg and Alonso. I think it's only really if you have to have Colapinto to have Max, then I think the Russell variant is worth it. But in terms of which B-tier driver make the move better, I think Oliver Behrman is an upgrade, obviously. I do think Sainz is an upgrade, and maybe Hadjar as well. Like those are the three. But I could definitely see Bortoleto, Hulkenberg, and Alonso outscore any individual of Hadjar, Sainz, and Behrman. Even though I think that maybe those three have a higher ceiling than these three, but it's definitely close, right? Sorry, I just joined, so I don't know if you answered this before. That's fine. I'm gonna be live all day, so repeat questions are allowed because I'm not gonna ask you to sit around and watch me for 5 hours. Behrman or Kimi Antonelli for lower budgets? Should we go for Hamilton as well? I don't think you should go for Hamilton. I don't think he's been good enough. I think he at most get like a P8. Behrman or Kimi? I mean, Kimi Antonelli has been on such a tear recently, and like the difference between Behrman and Kimi Antonelli is a lot in terms of value. It's like 10 million. So if you can get to Kimi, go to Kimi. But it again depends. Like if you're down to Colapinto territory, then maybe consider going for like what's it called? Behrman plus Albon instead. 27 points behind in my league, but he's got a wildcard this week. I have 11.5 more cost cap. That's really unlucky that you're not already ahead. Should I go fully differential? Just go what I think for most points. 27 points, realistically. Either he needs a terrible 2x and you need to get the 2x right, or he needs a DNF for you to win, right? So if you know what drivers you think he'll go for, like what I would do, right? And this goes for everyone that has a rival they're trying to catch. Go to the team calculator page on F1 Fantasy Tools and input your rival's budget, right? Just calculate what budget they have. So, for example, I mean, my budget is 141.2. Input their budget, see what the top team suggested for them is, and then assume they're going to go for something like that, especially if they're on a wild card. And also just play around with their budget and see, okay, what team would I pick if I was them? And then you see where can you go differential there. And if the differential here is in, you know, something like you go for a Behrman when they can't afford it because you have more budget, or maybe you exchange an Alonso for a Hulkenberg, whatever, right? Just try and do that and build your team that way, and also be differential on the 2x. That's like the main thing I can say, and hope that that goes correct for you. The two main things, I discussed that in my video that I posted earlier in the week, the team selection video, is the two main things for the final race is going to be get the 2x right and do DNFs go your way. And you cannot control DNFs. You can only control that you have different assets to the people that you want to catch. But other than that, it's going to be pure, I mean, mostly luck, like 90% luck. And the second one is the 2x, which obviously, again, is a lot of luck involved with it. But that's how you catch up large points. And over the course of the season, this game is definitely a skill-based game, and we can see that. Just look at this community, right? If I were to poll every one of my viewers that I've had across the season, I would assume that we occupy most of the top 10k. Like, I would be surprised if any long-term... Okay, no dig if this is you, and I'm sorry if this is you, but if you've been watching and playing since the start of this year, and even like you played your own game and not been like unreasonably unlucky, I'd be surprised if you're below 20k global. If you started later on in the season, or you didn't start following the channel until later on in the season, then obviously that's a different story. Unsafe release for Albon, it's kind of meh. Whatever. But yeah, like in general, over the course of the season, this is a skill-based game. But for one weekend, trying to catch up 27 points, it is going to come down to luck. And the two main things, the two big swings, are the 2x and DNFs. And yeah, that's what you gotta try and play for if you're trying to catch up points. Behrman top 4 contender today? No, Mike driver today. Is he a top 4 contender? If he is, then most certainly. If you're behind on points, what do you think about going for Piastri plus Russell and play for Verstappen-Norris collision? Great idea. If you have seen in your dreams that that is going to happen, then go for it. That's a great shout. I can afford Verstappen and Norris, but every time I've gone for the most expensive drivers, it has failed me. If I want to go differential, should I try Verstappen, Piastri, or is it too much of a risk? It's definitely not too much of a risk to go Verstappen, Piastri. You're basically betting against Norris and hoping for his downfall, which I think a lot of people are doing anyway. So I mean, that's nothing new. Defending a 65-point lead, gonna play it safe. I think either Norris is trouble-free podium or top 3 take themselves out at some point. Yeah, I mean, 65 points is, unless they have 3x or Limitless left, is going to be very difficult to catch up. Extraordinarily difficult. Verstappen, Russell will be better IMO. If you pick Verstappen plus Russell, you might as well sell McLaren and hope they double DNF. That's my opinion. If you're gonna go without any of the McLaren drivers, you might as well also sell the McLaren constructor if you can, obviously. I mean, it's way too many transfers for me. If I had my wildcard, I would maybe like toy with the idea. But I could do some pretty schnazzy things here. Can I afford the Kimi Antonelli here? Probably not, right? I can. Yo, if you have wildcard, I want to see someone do this. If you have wildcard on one of your like mid teams and you have the budget, please toss this out just for the bands. Look at that. Look at that. Will be a safe play leading 110 points and have just enough to have Norris, Piastri, McLaren, Mercedes. That's super safe. You're fine. Maybe if you want to play it super safe, you don't go triple McLaren just in case they double DNF because you lose so many points. Like, that's actually a good point. Like, if you're trying to play it super safe, I probably wouldn't triple dip in any team just in case they do a McLaren in Vegas or, you know, Ferrari in China. Not that I think that will happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen once this season, and it happened twice. So if you want to play it super safe, I would say don't triple dip on the premiums. Go for like Norris Russell instead. It's definitely safer. You hedge your bets more. Inherently going triple in one team is just straight up risky. This team is really fun, but it would take a minus infinite because I would have to sell literally everyone in my team to afford it, apart from Mercedes. I'd have to take a minus 40 for this. Hey, I mean, if McLaren double DNF, this is worth a minus 40. I'm just saying. Who's with me? Can I appeal the Twitch ban yet? Nope. Yikes, dude. That's so funny. Piastri goes fastest by a pretty decent chunk. That's a solid lap. Well, that's like a second under pole time from last year. Goes fastest by half a second. That's more what we wanted to see from Piastri this week. You have wildcard and 3x with chip use. Definitely 3x. You have to use the 3x. Max wasn't used. Yeah. I mean, like, again, Piastri is also a second from pole from last year, so we're not really in the times yet, if you know what I mean. It's something. It's going to be interesting to see the long run pace after the session is done. Especially, I mean, Bortoletto's 9th, Hulkenberg's 12th, Stroll's 3rd, so I don't know how much we should be reading into this. Russell has an early 14-16, but obviously doesn't all have a fast lap set. What was the exact result of... Sorry. Of... FP2... How do I get back to the live timing? Let's go back in. Hulk over Gasly this week? Most definitely. Especially since he just got 3rd. Or just went 3rd. But again, we're not really seeing laps yet. Stroll a promising differential. Stroll is definitely a massive differential. He's not going to be owned by a lot. Russell was 3rd yesterday. Lawson 4th. I mean, yeah, Stroll is literally like the least owned driver on the grid. That's not Hamilton. In a vacuum, which of these do you prefer? Verstappen kick, Hadjar Red Bull, Behrman Mercedes. It depends on if you're 2xing Max or not. I'm assuming this is for your second premium driver, and you already have like a Norris in there, in that case, just go for Hadjar plus Red Bull. Hadjar plus Red Bull is going to score more than Verstappen plus Kick. Unless Kick get like, you know, P5, P6. Behrman plus Mercedes is also good. But just like, because you all, apart from Driver of the Day, you get all the points that Max get from the Red Bull Racing Constructor. So why not just go for the Red Bull Racing Constructor, you know what I mean? Stroll is differentiating, but is it promising? No. I never said that. It's just different. Crash in the pit lane, Kimi hit Yuki, damage front wings? What? How did I miss this? I mean, Hadjar Redder is good, but like Behrman Mercedes is also good. Especially if we're expecting Behrman to have a really solid race. Like, Behrman 9% is a huge differential. And at the price point, I think it's difficult to afford. I definitely have not decided what I'm doing, by the way. I'm obviously not doing this. It's just a fun idea. But one question that I should go... So, I have not really seen anything from Williams this weekend. They've not really been fast. But Hadjar's up there still. Okay, so... If you're selling Hadjar or Sainz, what would you do? Behrman's on one. He is on one. Would you sell? So this is either I'm selling Hadjar or Sainz down to Hulkenberg if I'm upgrading my constructor. If I'm downgrading Piastri to Russell, I can upgrade one of them to Behrman, which I think I would do. Who would you sell? Who would you get rid of? Sainz, or would you keep... Okay, tell me if you would keep Sainz or Hadjar. Oh, there's the crash. That is probably... Oh, that's the side pod gone. Bro, what are Mercedes doing? Dude, what are... Oh my god. That is probably a penalty for Antonelli. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Show the crash? No, I'm not. Hey, you can't. Yeah, I see you baiting me. No, no, no. No, no, no. I've already been banned from one. Can I appeal yet? Can I appeal my Twitch ban? Nope. Sick. Max Piastri Lawson better play than Max Russell Sainz. If you're not running McLaren, yes. But like, it's not necessarily... It's like a sideways switch, I think. I mean, Piastri's not on a bad lap. Or on a bad time. I would imagine Antonelli gets a grid penalty for that. That seems bad enough for a grid penalty. I can't believe there's only 4 minutes left of FP3. This has been an absolute... Like, we do not have that much more information. Hey, Behrman's fourth, though. Yo, look at the Aston Martin mechanics laughing. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's really funny. What are promising differentials other than Behrman? Nico and Bortoletto. I think those are the three promising differentials. Oh, Alex Albon got a front row seat to that. Oh my god. Dude, the Aston Martin mechanics laughing at that crash happening in front of them is really funny. Alright, Hulkenberg's on a lap. Let's see what he does. On a yellow though, so not much. Max Verstappen says the problem is that the car still jumps like it just... I can't keep my feet on the pedals. It's a classic, like, Verstappen complain radio message and then cut to Verstappen setting a purple sector. Every time. Without fail. I mean, even with complaining, he's a tenth back on Russell. 2 tenths. Albon and Sainz decent times now. Yes. I said that at the start of the season. I rated all the liveries at the start of the season, and V-Carb was definitely my favorite. I think Norris wins the championship, but I'm not sure he wins the race. I think Norris will drive safe. He doesn't want to crash. Like, people will clown Norris for losing pole, or like losing into turn 1. But if Max Verstappen absolutely sends it, like, why, like, Norris doesn't gain anything by trying to fight Max Verstappen into turn 1. Say it's Norris P1, Verstappen P2, and Verstappen absolutely dive bombs him, because like Verstappen has to do that, because if he doesn't get past on turn 1, he's not getting past, right? Straight up. Max has to get past turn 1, and if he doesn't, it's, you know, you might as well just stop driving. So Max is gonna absolutely dive bomb it into turn 1, and Norris might just let him pass, and then fight for P2, which I think he can do. Especially if Max is in front of him, and he's not, like, I guess, like, fighting with Max. Well, like, what's Max supposed to do? It's not like Yuki can help from P17. Oh, 100. I think Norris could go pole. I think Norris, you want to hear something crazy, Oz? I think Norris could get a Grand Slam tomorrow and win the Drivers' Championship and still not get Driver of the Day. I think he could get pole, lead every lap, set the fastest lap, and not get Driver of the Day because people just don't like Norris. That's how unliked he is at the moment. But I think, like, him Grand Slamming it is the only way he's ever going to get Driver of the Day tomorrow. Or if he somehow does, like, a P10 to P3 and wins the Driver... I guess, okay, the way Norris actually gets Driver of the Day is if he does some massive climb from, like, P10 on the grid up to the podium to take the Drivers' Championship. That's how Norris gets Driver of the Day. If he goes pole to win, I don't think he's getting Driver of the Day. But if I'm betting on Norris in F1 Fantasy, I'm betting on him to do pole to win, fastest lap, because he has clean air, and not get the Driver of the Day thing. Honestly, Oz, that's literally why, like, I started the season, if you asked me, like, which of the 2 McLaren drivers, I have a freaking Piastri shirt, okay? I have a Piastri hoodie. I think it's in the wash, but you know what I mean. I have a Piastri hoodie, but just because I think Lando, like, am I saying Lando is a perfect driver? No. But I would say Lando deserves the championship, and he has been extremely unlucky. Like, he's the one who's had the most bad luck this season out of the top drivers in contention. I don't think Verstappen has not been that unlucky. Like, obviously he got yeeted by Antonelli, and then he had a head loss of himself, but Lando Norris was leading the race. The car blew up in Sandward, and he got a disqualification for like a millimeter on the plank. I think Norris has been the most unlucky driver out of the top contenders this year. People can't say Piastri deserves to win it after him not even getting a single podium between Sandwort and Qatar, right? So I think Norris is the one for me that deserves to win the championship. In a fair world, this is not a fair world we live in. If Max gets it, it's the most amazing comeback story of all time in Formula 1, and it's not even close. So it would be very exciting if Max wins it, but on a just and if Max wins it, then obviously Max deserves it. Like, that's insane. But in terms of like if this season was, you know, regular, no ups and downs, crazy swings, Norris would have won it. Take the engine failure out, and we had the World Drivers' Championship ages ago, but it's all on the ifs. But he's been better than his teammate. Yes, he has. Oh, 100%. 100% PN. 100%. But essentially, like, because I've had to sit in, like, these people online that are hating on Norris are forcing me to defend Lando Norris, you know? I'm defending this absolute millionaire. Like, what am I doing? But, like, I feel forced to, like, say something positive. If anyone doesn't deserve to win the Drivers' Championship, it's McLaren. I tweeted about this also. Alright, FP3's over. Let's immediately close that so I don't get banned from YouTube. Let's put the intro music back on because, I mean, welcome to the deadline stream. I'm going to tweet out that we're live once again. For those of you who, or for those that didn't join for the FP3 watch along. Banned on Twitch, but YouTube is still up. Deadline stream from what's Deadline stream stays alive. Discussing FP3 now. And let's do that. Ba-bam, bigga bang, bigga boom. Where's Piastri going to go next year? He's staying at McLaren. From 27 onwards, though, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, a lot is going to change for the 2027 season. Like, there's not that many. Oh my god! I just saw the incident between Norris and Tsunoda. Huh! That is brutal. That impediment is crazy. Tsunoda did not have a good FP3. Taliban Tonelli'd and almost got absolutely yeeted off the face of the... Like, he almost got yeeted into the Yas Marina by Norris there. Not sure if Webber thinks so. Oh my god. I'll share the... I'm not gonna show any footage because, you know, I'm already on thin ice here. I'll pop it in the chat. There you go. That if you didn't see the incident, I completely missed it because I got banned on Twitch. But can I appeal it yet? I cannot appeal it. Whatever. I'll just close Twitch. I'll give up. I give up. I'll fix it for next year. I'll fix it for the 2026 season. We'll see where I did the scared faces now. Yes. Russell does top FP3. You are not wrong. Alonso ended up getting 4th. That's fun. Alright. So. We're waiting for a couple of things. So, I think we are obviously awaiting the longer run simulations from that FP3 session. They got slightly interrupted by the Hamilton red flag, I would imagine, but should still get some data. Both Haas got in there in P6, P7. Nothing here for Bortoletti and Hulkenberg to speak of, but obviously they had a better time yesterday in P5, P6. FP2 is obviously more in line with what the track is going to be like for qualifying. Behrman also was 4th yesterday, and Haas still up there. So I think we can safely say that the struggles that Haas had with Behrman's car for FP1 is not really a problem anymore. Hi Rain, sorry for asking what happened to Twitch. I accidentally unmuted the wrong thing. I was going to mute the music like this, and I accidentally unmuted the FP3 stream on F1 TV for literally like a second and a half. It was less than 2 seconds. I like immediately as I saw that, I clicked it. It's like, oh, whoops, and then I clicked and muted it. And apparently it was enough for Twitch's like auto AI detection system to flag me and just insta-ban me. So, and then I'm trying to appeal it, but it says that I'm not banned, but I can't log in because I'm banned. So, you know, I'm just banned. But I'm just hoping that YouTube is more kind to me and doesn't ban me. It was an accident, YouTube, if you're listening. It was an accident. I clicked the wrong button. You could hear the F1 TV sounds for literally a second and a half. It was not more than that. There's no way it was more than 2 seconds. And my Twitch is banned. It's probably not going to be an issue. Like, I will be unbanned by March, guys. But I don't think I'll be able to. We'll just do the watch along on YouTube. Yeah, we'll be on YouTube. It's unfortunate because it's the final race of the season, but whatever. Based on weekend, I reckon I'm going Hadra Science and Conflict on 3rd. Well, I'm still worried. No one responded to me, okay? Now that we have some people trickling in for the Deadline stream, welcome everyone. 110 of you here. I know this is early. It's 20 minutes earlier than we're usually running this by. If you're selling one driver between Hajar and Sainz to go either to Behrman if you're upgrading or down to Hulkenberg if I'm downgrading, who would you sell? Are you selling Hajar, Sainz? What would you do? Or would you keep Hajar and Sainz and not even go to a Behrman? I think, like, you know, in the instance where I'm downgrading one of them to Hulkenberg, it's because I want to upgrade something else. In the instance where I do get enough money to get to Behrman, I do think Behrman is better than both Sainz and Hajar this week. We'll tell YouTube it was birds chirping. Thanks, Oz. Sainz to Ocon. No, I mean, I don't think that's a terrible move, especially not if you're trying to be differential, because Sainz is so highly owned, but I prefer Sainz to Ocon. In general, right? We don't like Fernando. I don't like Fernando because he's so highly owned, and I want to play differential to try and get into the top 1k. But if Alonso is a great option, like, obviously. Sorry to hear that cut off. No, yeah, my Twitch is just banned. But like once I'm banned, you'll be able to find it. But it won't be today. Limitless team is Norris, Piastri, Russell, Verstappen, +1. The 5th driver is any driver of your choosing. It's a flex slot, and it's just gonna be based on vibes for you. You then go McLaren, and then you go either Mercedes or Red Bull Racing. Lawson is a great option also. I don't mind Lawson. Alright, hold on. Let me end the poll here. Make sure to like the stream. Okay, I'll end the little reminder there. And let's actually start a poll. Keep. Which one would you keep? Sainz or Hajar? Boom. Pull up. Which one would you keep? Hi Marius. Welcome to the stream. What about a crazy differential team? If you want to go crazy differential, you go without McLaren. I already showed what that kind of looked like. You go something like this. If you don't have the budget for Antonelli here, because you're lower budget than I am, that's fine. Obviously, like Alonso is not a differential pick here. But if you can't afford Antonelli, just go 2 more differential drivers here. Maybe go like Oliver Behrman plus. I mean, I can go this, but you could go something like Lawson is a bit more of a differential. Bortoletto's a differential, obviously. Stroll is a massive differential. You could go double Haas. Is a big differential. Like, this is a crazy differential team, right? And don't forget, like, literally one of my tips in the, like, top 5 beginner mistakes video that I posted early in the season is don't be differential on your 2x. In terms of, like, don't put the 2x on Sainz. Like, don't do that, okay? At most, if you're feeling real spicy, you 2x Russell. But it's Norris, Piastri, Verstappen, maybe Russell. Anything beyond that, and I think you're crazy. We also have to wait and see on Antonelli if he gets a penalty for that. I would be surprised if he doesn't. That was a pretty... Like, they did damage to Tsunoda's car. 2x Norris or Verstappen. I think Max... If Max wins, he probably gets driver of the day and fastest lap. Which is what's calling me. But I think Norris will win. But again, if Norris is P1 and Max is P2... There's no reason for Norris to fight Max into turn 1. Literally just let Max go by and get P2 and win. Does no negative save us on -10 from transfers? No, it does not. I think it's like I think it's really close. If I would go for Max Verstappen, then I can't really do anything else. In terms of, like, my team. I could sell Piastri, but, like, at this point, why do I even have the McLaren constructor anymore? And I don't want to take that many hits. So, I think if I'm going to get Max Verstappen in, it's probably for a -10 to do this, this, and this. And do this, this, and this. For a -10. I'm definitely considering this. And if I do this, I think I'd put the 2x on Max Verstappen. Considering McLaren left to try and get top 100. I mean, if you're like 400th in the world, you might as well go for it. But just know that if McLaren have a really good weekend, you could drop out of the top 1k. Because it is very, very even. From like 300-400 up to like 1,200, it's very, very close in rank right now. Best 3 B tiers. We're going to do a full tier list later on in the stream, of course, as we always do. Or not always, but we do it most of the time. You know what I mean. I think the best B tiers, I think Behrman is the best one. Kimi Antonelli is technically a B tier, but I don't really count him as a B tier. He's a premium at 18 million, right? I think Behrman is the best one, and then after that it's like Sainz, Hadjar, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Bortoletto, Lawson are all very close. And I guess Ocon as well in the Haas. So it's really hard to say, but considering the history of Sainz in the past, whatever, 8 races, I would probably say it's Sainz second, and then third I think it's maybe Hadjar. It is probably Hadjar. So I would say the 3 best B tier drivers right now are or you know, midfield drivers are Behrman, Sainz, Hadjar for F1 Fantasy. Sitting at 1.2k, willing to take a big risk for top 1k, lol. That's exactly where I am. That's exactly where I am, PN. I'm not going to take a big risk, but I'm definitely trying to pick a somewhat differential route. McLaren constructor or Verstappen plus Norris to hold position. I mean, if you're holding position, you need to keep McLaren constructor. If you are trying to keep position, you never sell McLaren constructor. Then it's way better to go McLaren constructor, one of Verstappen and Norris, and just go with Russell on the other slot. You missed the last few minutes because stupid delivery driver lets the dogs out. That is unfortunate. You haven't missed too much. Do you prefer going 2 premium drivers or 2 premium constructors? Always 2 premium constructors. Especially if you can afford Kimi Antonelli as your second driver. But even if not, it's fine. You finally hit enough budget to have Norris, Verstappen, and McLaren plus Red Bull. It's -10, we have the 3x chip. Go for it. That's a great move. You're going to use Quick Fix to have a differential? You mean Final Fix? You don't need to save a transfer for that. A Final Fix is just worth a transfer. So if you're planning on using final fix, if you have your final fix chip remaining, how you actually play this is actually a good segment, because I hadn't really thought about people not having used their final fix yet. If you have your final fix, the way you play this final race is that you make sure to leave a bit of money in the bank so you can afford to upgrade an asset if you want to. And don't just like leave any amount of money in the bank. Try and calculate, okay, which possible moves could I make? Could I foreseeably get to every driver in the game with money in the bank, right? So try and leave money in the bank so you can move to any possible team. How does the Antonelli potential penalty affect the Mercedes versus Red Bull dilemma? I think it's really difficult to call. We haven't seen almost anything from Yuki. And Yuki could also... Is there a penalty or is there a investigation for Yuki's impediment on Norris? Still have no negative this weekend. Should I be changing my lineup to use this better? If you have no negative, you don't need to, like... No negative in autopilot, you don't really need to alter your team for it. Just pop it and you know, it's like a safety net. It's not something that helps you climb upwards. It's just a safety net below you. Would you switch out Sainz, Hadjar, or Alonso for anything else besides Behrman? Maybe, like, Alonso to Hulkenberg. I think, like, if you have Alonso and you have enough money to go to Hulkenberg, I think it's a good transfer just because of the elite data. Hulkenberg is owned by 5.6% of top 500 managers, whereas Alonso is owned by 75.8%. So if Alonso DNFs and you don't have him, you are definitely in for a good final weekend to score. Yeah, it was set for investigation of the session. Don't think we'll find out in time for submissions. I probably agree with that. We'll have to wait and see. Norris, Verstappen plus Antonelli or Piastri plus Russell? I prefer Norris, Verstappen plus Antonelli. I think Norris and Verstappen are the two X's of choice this week. You have final fix, but if I place Behrman for Sainz, then I won't have enough to replace Russell for Piastri after qualifying. Yeah, that's in your position. I think you should just stick with Sainz, and then obviously, like, if Behrman puts it P4, you just final fix Behrman in. You know what I mean? You can always do final fix on one of the B tier drivers. But yes, I would make sure to have enough for Piastri. Like, if you have Russell, make sure you have enough money in the bank so you can move to a Piastri. If you're on Max Verstappen, make sure you have enough money in the bank so you can move to Lando Norris. I know it's just 0.2 million, but, you know, same goes. Good day! Verstappen plus Piastri 3x worked beautifully in Qatar. Yes, it did. Congratulations. Thinking of swapping Verstappen for Norris at this race. Slight risk, but I think Norris wins. I think Norris pole, Verstappen P2. Verstappen takes Norris into turn 1 because there's no reason for Norris to contest it. Norris gets P2, wins the championship, but you know, Verstappen could walk away with the monster haul. Nice dude, by the way, very dapper. Thank you so much. Norris Piastri or Norris Russell? It depends on if you're playing safe or not. If you're playing safe and you want to protect rank, you go for Norris Russell. Just to make sure, like, if McLaren have a big, you know, mess up, you're not sitting there with both your hands in the honey jar. If you're trying to gain rank, I would say go for Piastri Norris and just bet on McLaren 1-2. By one of Bortoleto, Hulk, or Sainz, you already have Behrman and Hadjar. You have Behrman, Hadjar, you would go for Bortoleto, Hulk, or Sainz. I mean, probably Sainz. I think Behrman, Hadjar, Sainz is the best 3 midfield driver combo. But obviously, all of them, apart from Behrman, are decent. I mean, both Hadjar and Sainz are decently owned. So again, it's all up to you. What are you attempting to do? Are you looking to catch rank? What are you, you know... Is team submissions done? Nope. We're doing team submissions twice today. I want to try and get through every team submissions today. So team submissions is definitely open. We'll do team submissions in 10 minutes. We'll do like half of them. And then we'll do some other stuff that we normally do. You know, the tier list, stuff like that. FP3 sims should be out by then, if there are FP3 sims. And then, yeah, so we'll do team submissions twice today. Top of the hour. Both of the hours coming up. Triple McLaren not so bad. I reckon this race McLaren 63 was insane to the rest of the field. I think Triple McLaren is good this weekend. definitely. If Norris Pauling keeps peeing off the last one, I reckon he runs away with it. I agree. I 100% agree. But even then, I don't think he gets driver of the day. I think he gets fastest lap, but I don't think he gets driver of the day. Hadjar or Hulk? On a basis, I prefer Hadjar, but I think Hulk is obviously the differential of the pair. Close to 4 a.m. on finals week for you. Rough timing. That is not great. But it is only the final race of the F1 2025 season once. So, you know. Next year, you'll learn how to do proper team submissions. It's fine. Just pop them in there. Type out a little story. And I'll try and work out the best way to respond to it. Is winning the World Drivers' Championship extra points in fantasy? No, but it probably should be. Maybe it shouldn't be though. But I think it should be something like it should influence people's choice for driver of the day. Maybe. Yuki driver of the day? No. I don't think Yuki's getting driver of the day unless he like puts it like P5 above. Yeah, I'm also thinking about Behrman. I have to sell Piastri to Russell for Behrman, though. But I'd be fine to do that. I mean, Piastri's owned by so many people. What are your thoughts on the B tiers? Can't afford Behrman or Sainz. If you can't afford Behrman or Sainz, I think the Sauber boys are really good differentials and look good for value this week. With 126.5 million best lineup, you go to F1 Fantasy Tools, you go to Team Calculator, and you input the budget here on maximum budget, and then you use that as a baseline, and then build off of that based on what you want to pick. Good point. Hulk was looking really good. Yes, I think Sauber looked decent. I mean, I don't think they're above Hadjar or Sainz or Behrman for me, but they're a close like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and definitely really good for differential picks considering they're not owned by anyone, right? Risk of either of kick DNF. I mean, there's always a risk for anyone DNFing, but you can't really predict that. You could do double McLaren and Max with Red Bull Constructor and kick. Is that good? Double McLaren and Max with Red Bull Constructor and kick. So you go Norris, Piastri, Verstappen. I mean, in that case, I would just pick the McLaren Constructor instead of like Norris. I always prefer the Constructor is worth more than the driver almost always, unless you're 2xing them. You're 52 points behind your mini-league leader. He can't do Verstappen plus Norris. Do you think it's worth going for it for a -10? I think the biggest differential I can bring to the battle. I don't think that's going to be worth enough. And okay, so this is the reason for that, Mexus, right? Assuming he will have either of the two, let's assume that you get the 2x right and he doesn't. So he has Norris, he puts the 2x on Norris. You have Norris and Verstappen, put the 2x on Verstappen and get it right. The extra points you have from having Norris is half of what he got anyway. That's not going to be a differential because he's going to have one of the two. 52 points is a brutal thing to try and get past. The more important thing for you is that you have the opposite 2x of him. So if you think he's going for Verstappen, you go for Norris, and vice versa. I don't even think you should have the person that he goes for the 2x, because the way you win is if his 2x DNFs and yours don't, right? So if you think he's going for Verstappen, you go for Norris and you hope for Verstappen DNFs. In addition, you select differential B-tier drivers across the board to try and fish for like him having 2 DNFs when you don't have that. That's how you catch up 50 points. I don't even think you should own the person that he has the 2x on. That's how you catch up that many points. And I'm assuming that even though he can't afford Verstappen plus Norris, he's going to have either of the two. You just got to try and get the other one, guess correctly which one he's going for, and pray for their downfall, essentially. You think you can close in 100 points this race? Leader's going for a -30. So you're trying to get catch 70 points. I mean, it's the same philosophy as for Mexus, right? Basically what I just said. Like anything above 30 points to try and catch someone, you need luck on your side. And anything above 50 points, you need a miracle. And what you need is their 2x DNFs, your 2x scores a decent haul of points. So make sure to not even own their 2x driver. Pick the other one, and in this case, it's going to be Verstappen versus Norris, probably. You have 3x, which one should be your drivers? Verstappen, Norris, if you can. But if you can't afford that, it should be Piastri or Russell. Those four. Any combination of those four is the best. But if you can stretch to Verstappen and Norris, you should. And then which one of the two you pick, I can't really decide for you. It's going to be more vibes-based. It's worth mentioning Verstappen was complaining. But even when Verstappen complains, he still gets P2, P3. And I think if Norris is P1, Verstappen is P2, Verstappen is going to dive bomb Norris into turn 1. And there's no reason for Norris to try and defend that. Because if he crashes, then Piastri wins the championship. And it's better for him to let Verstappen pass, slot in P2, and just run a safe race from there. You're 170 points behind leader, but 15 million advantage. Yeah, you're not catching 170 points. Sorry. I mean, you basically need like half their team to DNF and half your team to not DNF. 2x George. It could be a big differential if he wins. Norris P1 and Piastri P2. Piastri should dive bomb as well. I mean, yes. And in the case where Piastri does dive bomb it, again, Norris just slot in P2 and you're fine. Like I'm seeing this scenario in my head so vividly, where it's making me think I shouldn't have Norris on my team. Because I think Norris will play it safe. I think Norris will put it pole, and from pole he could win, but I could also see him slotting behind Verstappen or Piastri. Getting more than a -10 for less than I'm certain on this being a big points gain is asking for trouble. Yes. Red Bull Mercedes is the better second constructor. I think Mercedes is better, but Red Bull, like if you're picking Red Bull constructor, you kind of need Max to win it, and you need Antonelli to have a stinker. That's what you're asking for. 26 points is definitely doable. Literally one DNF going your way and you win it. You don't even have to necessarily... I mean, again, it always comes down to the 2x and DNFs. Always. And over the course of the season, this game is skill-based, okay? Over the course of the season, this game is skill-based. But for, like, this race in particular, trying to catch up to anyone in the 30-point range is going to come down to luck. You just have to set it up in a way that, like, luck can fall in your favor. Luck is not going to fall in your favor if you have the same assets as your rival. You're convincing me to avoid Norris more and more. I'm convincing myself to avoid Norris, and I'm sitting with a team that's probably going to run with Norris. But that's just what I see happening. Like, Norris winning the Drivers' Championship is not going to get you F1 fantasy points. If I do this... Like, I can't afford Behrman. I guess I just do, like, do Bortoletto to Hulkenberg. Like, that's such a nothing burger of a transfer. I might as well keep Bortoletto in that case and just not use the final transfer. There's nothing I can do with Hadjar. Can I go to Ocon here, actually? No, he's too expensive. I'm 1 million off. I'm 1 million off Ocon. If Norris plays it safe, he'll most likely win World Drivers' Championship, which should get him Driver of the Day. I don't even think that does. That's the problem, right? If Norris slotted in P2, he's not going to get a lot of fantasy points. He's very unliked by the community right now, and I don't think people are voting for him for Driver of the Day. I think he either needs to, like, Grand Slam it, or qualify P10 and climb up to P3 to win it, to, like, earn it, right? Bortoletto call last week was insane. It wasn't like that insane. He did have I mean, penalties are always opportunities for points. It's just unfortunate that Alonso also had a good weekend. Norris isn't getting driver of the day all. I think if Norris goes from P10 to P3 to win the championship, I think people will consider him to have earned it, and I do think he gets it then. But I don't think he's favorite for driver of the day at all. Like he needs a stellar performance, something out of the ordinary for him to get it. Your Bortoleto goal. Okay, you definitely pushed for it heavy, and I appreciate that. I did have it in the back of my mind, but that penalty, if Bortoleto had not have a penalty, I would not have gone for him. So the only reason the main reason I went for Bortoleto was definitely Bortoleto. But yes, your call, you definitely pushed it in chat and put it in the forefront of my mind. So thank you for that, Holly. It was a great call. Like honestly, like Bortoleto call was sick, and I'm just sad it didn't work out more. Like if Alonso had DNF, that would have been like the biggest call of the season. Not the biggest, but like one of the biggest calls of the seasons. -10 to cover Verstappen and Norris, or just switch Norris to Verstappen and no penalty. That's okay. Listen, I'm in the same position, right? I can do Piastri, Hadjar, Sainz to Verstappen, Alonso, Hulkenberg, and in this case, I think I would put the 2x on Max Verstappen. I think I would. So I don't mind this team at all, but I don't know if it's worth a -10. It definitely could be, right? I could also go for Liam Lawson here over Nico Hulkenberg, but I think I would go for Hulkenberg. I couldn't do anything with Alonso here. No, it would have to be Alonso. Unless I go like Colapinto plus... No, it's still only Liam Lawson. I can't stretch to Hadjar or anything above. Yeah, Ocon at 7.9 million is rough. Team submissions. Oh yeah, we're top of the hour. I forgot. Christy, thank you. Did Bortoleto get a penalty? Last week, but not this week. Last week, Bortoleto had a penalty. All right, let's do team submissions. As always, they're on Discord. So make sure to join the Discord if you aren't in it already. We'll do priority team submissions as always. So if you want to guarantee that your team gets reviewed, make sure to, I would say subscribe on Twitch, but I got banned from Twitch. Make sure to become a member on YouTube. It's like $2. Oop. I messed up the thing. There you go. Alright, team submissions. So, this is from last week from Caldori. So, Celtic with the first submission. Current team. Locked in. Current team 1 to 2 locked in. So, the transfer's already locked in. Good luck and have fun to all of you guys. It was really fun. I'm locked in to try and secure the top 500 finish. Insane from Celtic. Thank you for another great year. Thank you for assisting so much throughout the season with team submissions and the community. It's greatly appreciated. From Verstappen, Piastri, Hadjar, Behrman, Gasly, no McLaren constructor. Crazy. Switching over to this makes sense. Selling Behrman is unfortunate, but like you kind of want to get McLaren back in there. And then Nico Hulkenberg is a good solution. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful rank. I wish mine looked like this. I want that 3-digit finish. Why Twitch ban? Lol, what happened on Twitch? During FP3, I accidentally broadcasted the F1 TV audio for 1.5 seconds, and the Twitch auto detector insta-banned me, and I can't appeal it until, like, tomorrow. I clicked the wrong button, okay? I just got... There was less than 2 seconds. It was less than 2 seconds of audio from the F1 TV broadcast, and I got insta-yeeted. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, getting McLaren... I think McLaren is a great way to hold position, and considering that Caladori here... Or, no, not Caladori. Whoops. Considering that Celtic is trying to preserve rank, you definitely want McLaren Constructor to preserve rank. So I think this is super safe. Verstappen 2x is still safe. And then, obviously, sucks to go without Behrman, but Hulkenberg is a great pick, and I think one of the best picks at that price range. Rain first person to click the F1 TV audio button. Yes. The first to click the F1 TV audio button. Can we put Jensen Button in the, like, in whoever is lost on the grid? Listen, this is what I think we should do for tomorrow, right? Whoever is lost on the grid has to pit on, like, the final with, like, 3 laps to go. Oh, no, whoever, not whoever is lost. Whoever is, like, P12 that will pit into traffic has to pit. By law, has to pit. Change driver to Jensen Button so that Jensen Button can be lost in the race behind a car and be the final person to click the DRS button. That's what we need. Anyway, Big Papa Bob. I wonder if can you even see this now because my Twitch, like, can you even see this channel anymore because my Twitch got banned? That's really funny. No chips, 2 trades. No idea if I ride it or try and make a move. Going for top 10k in first season playing currently. 9,014th, leaning towards this team. -10 with 2x on max. Or switching to full Red Bull, no -10. Cheers for the year. What is this? I was about to say, what's this disgusting budget? Because you keep Antonelli in there, but then I realized you didn't have either Red Bull, or either Max or Norris in there. I mean, this is a really good, like, differential. It's not really differential. Is it differential? I guess it's differential not having Max or Norris in there. We have a -10 to go for Verstappen plus Norris. And then you have a non-10 going for Tsunoda. I wouldn't pick Tsunoda no matter what. I would rather this be Ollie Behrman, if I'm honest. So, if I were to go for this team with no -10, I would go for Ollie Behrman over Yuki Tsunoda. Maybe if you think Yuki Tsunoda is in the position to get a driver of the day, because it's his final race. But I would prefer to have Behrman in here. I think this, if you're looking to preserve rank, which you are, because you're 9,000 overall, and you're trying to be in the top 10k, I do think this is safer without the -10. But if you want to chase rank, I mean, this is fun. Shalish Ahuya. Sorry if I butchered that name. Shailesh, probably. Shailesh, I'm finishing top 500. Thanks a lot for the video today. Thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. I love the determination. I am finishing top 500. That is the W super chat indeed. That is the attitude you need. All right. What currency is that? I don't know. SGD. SGD. Is it Swedish? No. Oh, no. Okay, it's Singaporean. It's Singaporean. Yeah, God, the Swedish one is SEK. I don't know why Google said. Okay, yeah, it's Singaporean. Singaporean. Twitch stream gone. Yeah, I got banned. No joke. Like I got straight up banned. Yeah, it's Singaporean. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's so unbelievably kind. So unbelievably kind. All right, moving on to the team submissions here. Where are the? We have a decent chunk of them already. We'll do another like 5 minutes of team submissions, and then we'll do quick break for the toilet. Then we'll do F1 predicts. Then we'll do the tier lists, the driver tier lists. Hopefully by then we'll have FP3 sims out, and then we'll do team submissions again, tip of the week, lock in my team, all that stuff, and then we'll do the watch along of the qualifying here on YouTube. Frankly, at a loss for what to do with this. That's not a good start, Fianella. I don't really have anything to lose, so I'm willing to go crazy differential. That's fun. Aiming for a top 1k at 1.2k right now. I'm also like 1.19, whatever. 1.125. Budget is 138.7, so slightly lower than mine. 2 transfers. I'd like to get Gasly and Verstappen in, but not sure how. Was even entertaining downgrading Merc to B-tier constructor to bring in 3 A-tier drivers, but that seems a bit crazy. Yes, that is crazy. You should not do that. I know you want to go super differential, but with 2 transfers, you're obviously limited. I agree with Gasly out being an ideal situation, like a thing to do. If you want Gasly out and Verstappen in, you go Norris out to Verstappen, and then Gasly out to whatever you can afford. I think at that price point, it's let's see, what's exactly at that price point. Could you go to Isaac Hadjar? Maybe you could go to Hadjar if you didn't already have him. Oh, you already have him. So it's down then because you're not going for... I mean, if you're going to go super differential, hey, tip of the year. Actually, tip of the year. That's a great shout, Neutrum. I'm going to steal that and pretend that it was my idea. So, Lance Stroll, massive differential. If you want to go crazy differential, this is your man. Granted, not a great track record in terms of points. I think a better shout than that is either Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, or Nico Hülkenberg. I think, personally, both of the kick drivers, or the Sauber drivers, are going to be very popular transfers in. I think a lot of people will go for Hülkenberg. So I would actually go for Lawson or Bortoleto, and I think they are going to be less, like have a lower ownership than Hülkenberg at the end of all of this. Yeah, Lawson's only at 6.2. I think a lot of people are going to purchase Hülkenberg or Bortoleto just because they're pilled from FP2 and what the simulations say. So I think Lawson is probably going to be a bigger differential. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now that Hülkenberg and Bortoleto, okay, at least Hülkenberg, maybe also Bortoleto, will go above Lawson in percentage owned, and Lawson will be a bigger differential. Yeah, not great with Stroll is what I mean, yeah. Possibility to get Behrman in anyway. Not without a -10, I don't think, and especially not getting Max in. So what if you want to get Behrman in here? I don't think the Piastri down to Russell affords it. Bad at math. Give me a second. So what's Russell at? Russell's at 23.7. So that's 1.4 million plus a 7, so 2.1 million. So from Gasly up to no, you don't afford Oli Behrman from that. So if it's Behrman that you really want to get, I mean, maybe you go without Norris and Verstappen and hope they crash into each other on turn 1. You go Piastri plus Russell and go Gasly up to Behrman, maybe. But if you want Verstappen in specifically, I think like Norris to Verstappen and then Gasly to like Lawson is a pretty good differential. You point to switching Hadjar Sainz to Hulk Behrman, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have... The thing is, I definitely understand the feeling of I don't know what to do with this because you do have a lot of options. I will say going triple McLaren is definitely like you're putting all your eggs in one basket, but if they want to it, that is a great like outcome for you. I think Gasly down to either of the 3 that we talked about, Lawson, Hülkenberg, Bortoleto, is definitely just, you know, something you should consider to do no matter what you end up doing with other transfers. And then in terms of differential moves, you could honestly go like, if you want to keep Norris plus Verstappen, Norris plus Piastri, ignore Verstappen and just go for like hope for a McLaren 1-2. You could go Gasly and Alonso to like Hülkenberg plus Lawson or Lawson plus Bortoleto, and get rid of Alonso because Alonso's the highest owned cheap driver in the game, right? Since he's owned by 75.8% of people. That's a decent differential. Not Sainz, you meant gas? Yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah, so that's what I would do. I definitely agree with the sentiment of getting Gasly out of here, especially at the price point. I think there's just better options than Gasly below him in price. So I would either do Gasly and Norris to like Russell plus Behrman, or Gasly and Piastri to Russell plus whatever, or like Gasly plus Alonso to the drivers in between, like Lawson plus one of the Sauber boys. I think that's what I would do with your team. Maybe you could go for like a go Mercedes up to Red Bull Racing. Instead of going for a Max and then like fully downgrade Gasly to like Colapinto, but you know. As I said it, see, I'm one step ahead. All right, thank you so much for the submission, Fiat. I definitely understand the hesitancy in what to do, but I agree with your sentiment that Gasly needs to go. Next one up, we have Ronge. Situation in my league is important. You're leading 59 points to your closest rival. I think you've got that in the bag. Rival last week went for Norris 3x plus Piastri. What should I do? Any other option? Little update. I can get Sainz instead of Hadjar on option 1. Okay, good. Extra thing. Current, you have Verstappen, Piastri, Lawson, Alonso, Hadjar. Again, I'm expecting Lawson to be a big differential. So, considering you are looking to save rank, you're looking to do what he does. Are you expecting your rival to go for Norris, Piastri? In that case, option 3 is really good, right? You could end up fully copying your opponent's team, and in that case, you can't lose, right? The way that he catches up 59 points to you is if he gets, like, your 2x driver DNFs and his 2x driver doesn't. That's how he catches up 59 points. So try and predict, is he going to stay with Norris, Piastri? If he does, go for this, right? If you think he's switching to Verstappen, I think you can probably stick with this, because if he... so I don't think this is necessarily the safe option that you think it is. I think option 1 is safer than option 3, because if your rival is on Norris plus Piastri and he is going to transfer Norris to Verstappen, he's keeping he's keeping either Norris or Piastri in his team. He doesn't have infinite transfers unless he goes for like Verstappen Russell, which I don't think he would do because McLaren has looked really strong, right? So if you go for option 1, sure, if he has Norris and Verstappen DNFs and Norris doesn't, wins the race and gets driver of the day and yada yada yada, yes, you lose. But at least you still have Piastri in there, and as long as Verstappen gets a decent haul of points, you're fine. I actually think option 1 is safer than than this one, surprisingly. But if you think he's sticking with Norris, you should go for option 3. And obviously with Sainz in there, I do think, I mean, Sainz is probably safer than Hadjar. So maybe go for that. All right, we'll do one more submission here, and then we'll pick up submissions again in like 50 minutes, since we have some other stuff to do. Tercera. Rank 1 nationwide. Sheesh, 300 global. Honestly, I don't know what to do. My rival on nation is 1 point less than you. That's disgusting. You still have wildcard and final fix. Okay, ignore the wildcard unless you think you need it. You have 3 transfers, so I don't think you will. Prepare for the final fix. You have 0.1 million in the bank here. I think what you do here with this team, with 3 free transfers, is that with 1 point difference between you and whatever, like, you need to get those extra points from somewhere. Final fix can help you do that. I would definitely sell Gasly down because you want to free up money in the bank, so you have money in the bank to final fix. Right now, you can't final fix Max Verstappen to Lando Norris. If Lando Norris gets pole tomorrow, perhaps that's what you want to do, especially if Verstappen is not P2, right? So I think sticking with Verstappen Piastri is fine. I would put the 2x on Verstappen, though. On the Verstappen slot, rather. So Verstappen Piastri is a good hold. You 2x Verstappen, and then you definitely downgrade Gasly. You could go as far as down to an Alonso to get more money in the bank, but I think going for Hülkenberg is fine. You could also decide to downgrade Hadjar or Sainz to get even more money in the bank to potentially move somewhere else. But I don't think you need to. So I think the main thing here, just downgrade Gasly to free up funds in the bank, so you have money in the bank to switch around. Again, also, say Russell qualifies on pole, you can get the final fix and get Piastri out for Russell for free, right? You don't need money in the bank to do that. But make sure you have money in the bank so you can switch between Max and Lando on the final fix. Make sure that you can get to some of the midfield drivers that might perform really well, such as an Alonso, stuff like that. Or maybe the Sauber boys. Maybe have enough money in the bank to go from Sainz to Behrman. That's a good shout to have as well. Imagine Behrman qualifies like P4. You have downgraded Gasly to whatever, and that gives you enough money in the bank to go from Sainz up to Behrman on the final fix. You could also just do the transfer, but like I definitely like with the final fix. I'd rather like stick with Sainz and not have Behrman and then go for Behrman on the final fix than leave myself inflexible with the final fix. But ignore the wild card. You have enough transfers. I would say stick with Verstappen, Piastri, and then just move to Lando Norris if Verstappen is not on the front row and Lando's on pole. But definitely final fix is your way of winning and getting first in that national league. That's super hype. I really hope you go on and win it. If not, even don't get too disappointed if you don't. It's still an amazing season. So I think that's all for that one. We'll pick back up in 40 minutes with more team submissions after the FP3 sims are out. So switch to Behrman if qual is P4. Rain what? Behrman could definitely stay P4. That could definitely stay P4 and get driver of the day. Or if he qualifies lost, that's also a good choice. All right, so we'll pick back up with Black Lantern in 40 minutes because we have other things we have to get through. Damn, this time definitely flies. You're about to do mine, I know, but I have other stuff to do, and I promised. So I'll get back up to this in 40 minutes. I promise I'll continue with them because we have to do F1 predict. We haven't done F1 predict. Last F1 predict of the season. I am in. I'm 563rd global on the prediction. Sorry, on the predictions with a 46% correct guess. I mean, it's not even really close to the top, but I mean the top 11 are just in a league of their own on 2,200 points. But I've also missed one deadline. It's important to mention. I think I forgot the Japanese Grand Prix. Yes, I did not do any predictions for Japan, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. So considering I missed the Japanese Grand Prix, I think my predictions are pretty good because if I would have picked up another 70 points, I think I'm top 300. Let's actually check this because I didn't do this. Good day, sir. Good day. So, let's actually check this before we do the Abu Dhabi predictions. I don't remember what I did in the mid-season prediction. So let's actually view what I did. Predicted top 3 in the Drivers' Championship. I did not think Max Verstappen would catch back up. That was worth a lot of points back then. I did pick Lando Norris. At this point, Piastri was super far ahead. Can I just get some props for this prediction? At this point, Piastri was 30 points ahead, no? This is a killer prediction. I want some props for this Lando Norris top prediction because everyone was expecting Piastri to win by this point. Which team will finish? Oh, this one hurts. Yikes! That just shows how bad Ferrari have been this second half of the season. Ay. Which driver will score the most Grand Prix pole positions? Lando Norris. I don't actually know who's top of that, but sure. Who wins the qualifying head-to-head at Kick Sauber? Nope, it's Gabriel Bortoleto. Bortoleto has definitely taken it at the second half of the season. So this is wrong. I don't actually know if this is correct. Can someone look that up? How many? What are the pole position tally so far? Who wins the qualifying head-to-head at Williams? Well, Carlos Sainz has really turned it around, but I don't actually know who's ahead here. Hulk leads? What? I thought Gabriel Bortoleto was a lead. Wait, am I stupid? Qualifying head-to-head 2025. I thought Bortoleto was in the league. Let's see. George Russell's at 23. Fernando Alonso's 23-0. Behrman is 13-10 to Ocon. Carlos Sainz is now 12-10. So this one is wrong. Confirmed. Carlos Sainz is ahead. It's even. Bortoleto and Nico Hulkenberg is 11-11, 3-3. Unless this is before Qatar. No, sprint qualifying is, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, Hulkenberg is ahead by 1. So they could literally go even if Bortoleto wins it today. It's 11-12. Yeah, but Nico Hulkenberg is ahead by 1. Okay, so this could still come through. I thought Bortoleto was decently ahead of him. I feel like that's been the narrative this season. Wow, I can't believe I was so wrong. This one is incorrect. Which team will set the fastest pit stop time of the season? I think it's still McLaren, so this one's correct. Which driver finished the season highest in the championship? I think this is correct. I don't know if it's confirmed correct, but it's correct so far. Who will win the DHL Fastest Lap Award this year? The award is given to the driver who records the most fastest lap during the season. I mean, it's not Piastri, I don't think. And then where does Lewis Hamilton finish the Drivers' Championship? Is he? No, he's not even P6. Drivers' Championship standings. Oh, he is 6th. But Antonelli could catch him this race. Wow, dude, if I get this right... Oh my god. It's 2 points to Antonelli. And Antonelli might have a penalty. By the way, spam the freaking chat if Antonelli gets a penalty. Oh, shout out you. Shout out to you, Lou. I saw that. That was hype. Thank you for the support. And then Piastri and Norris 6 fastest laps each. Okay, so Piastri fastest laps gets me this one. This one's kind of locked in, no? Why Antonelli penalty? Because unsafe release in FP3 slammed into Tsunoda. I feel like it's a Stonewall penalty, but maybe I'm wrong. If I you know, obviously I don't know the rules ins and out, but like, I feel like my gut instinct to that is grid penalty, like 3-place grid penalty. Hadjar is at 51 points. Gasly is at 22, so nowhere close. And Ocon is at 32, so also nowhere close. Yeah, so Hadjar's just done. Easy points. This is even right now between him and Lando. Hamilton is 6th right now by 2 points. Will the Drivers' Championship go down to the final race? No, I boomed it. No, I boomed it. Oh my god, that's such an awkward final prediction. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that's my final prediction. That's so funny. Here we're sitting like all dressed up for the finale, and then I made a prediction that it wouldn't go down to the final race. All right, let's make my prediction. That was fun to look through. All right, predict the podium. I mean, you get no freaking points for this. I'll slap in a George Russell here in P3. Who will take pole position? Championship is on the line. I think Lando takes pole. I think Max takes him in turn 1. And I think Lando gets 2nd and wins the championship. That's my prediction. Who will qualify the highest? Well, I should predict the one... I predicted Nico Hulkenberg, right? So I should pick Nico here, because that doubles up my points for getting him correct in the other prediction. Reckon won't be penalty because team release is not driver. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that definitely has nothing to do with it. You can still get penalized for the team messing up. See, Oliver Behrman last week. How many teams will get a car into Q3? Mixed up grid will be the same this time. It's not going to be 8 teams though, but it's a big jump in points here. I mean, we might as well just go for the big money. Let's go for 8. Hamilton to go out in Q2. Tsunoda to go out. One of the Williams to go out. I could see 8 happening. Who was at the fastest lap time of the race? Norris and Piastri are tied. There we go. Yeah, the tied. I should predict Piastri here again to double up the points on my other prediction. Double dip the points and try and go for glory. Then who will set the fastest pit stop time? I'll do McLaren. And sorry. Will the safety car or VSC be required? Let's go for yes. And who will finish ahead in the race? I'll go for Kimi Anton. Again, I should double dip the points here. We'll go for Sir Lewis Hamilton with the grid penalty that Kimi Antonelli will receive. But okay. Here, I think it's going to be Kimi Antonelli, but I'm trying to double up on the points for my other prediction, right? Which team will finish as runners-up in the team standing? It's going to be Mercedes. There's no way. And will we see a new world champion driver? Yes. I think Lando Norris will win it. Boom. That's F1 Predicts. Perfect in time with the music. Sorry to bait you guys. I'm not doing that just yet. Not for practice is going to be fine. They slammed into him. I don't think it's fine. I don't think it's fine, guys. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom because I've been live for like 2.5 hours. When I'm back, we're gonna do the driver's tier list. Then we're gonna hopefully have FP3 sims out. And we'll take a look at that. After that, we'll go back to team submissions and try and work our way through the list. So if you still have your team in the list on Discord, make sure to stick around for that. After that, we'll do tip of the week, or tip of the year, actually. And then we'll lock in my final team for the season. That's on the agenda. Those 5 things are on the agenda. And then the 6th thing we'll do is enjoy qualifying together. I'll stay live here on YouTube to watch qualifying. Normally I do that on Twitch, but I got banned midstream, so, you know, that happens. Alright. Oh, it's going to be a fine. Okay, as a fine as in T-Pit. I mean, definitely at least, but I think he gets a penalty, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Enjoy the music in the meantime. Alright, we're back. Let's get into the tier list. It's tier list time. Tier list time. Alright, so we need to get that up and going. Let's change the... There we go. Alright. So... we're gonna do the driver tier list now. After that, we're gonna hopefully have FP3 sims available. After that, more team submissions, tip of the week / tip of the year, and then I will lock in my team, and then we'll watch qualifying together. All right. So, oops, I keep opening that. That's not what I want to open. Let me just reset the camera real quick because it's being a bit annoying. There we go. So, before we get into the tier list, I am very curious about where everyone that's in chat right now, yes you, where you are ranked globally. I want to see how good this chat really is. And I haven't really done a rank check. I've done budget checks a lot throughout the year. But I'm really curious going into the final week, where are you in the world? What is your global rank? And don't be ashamed if you're like lower because, you know, I finished last year at like 9,500 and last year was not as competitive as this year. So, pop it in chat. I want to see where you're at globally. We have some absolute killer ranks in this community. 68 is crazy good. Even better is 11th. That's huge. 301 on Team 1. Insane. 900 2 weeks ago. Now 2.5k. That's unfortunate. Limitless this weekend. You're going to definitely... I think you have a chance to top 1k. 173rd. Two teams in the top 1k. Leave some for the rest of us. That's insane. 359. That's an unfortunate drop-off, real funny top. But I still think you can get it within the top 10k. I was not within the top 10k once last season, and I got into the top 10k with the final race. So I believe in you. He was in the top 3k before double DQ for McLaren. That's how it goes sometimes. Top 1k, I'm coming for that. I want your position, Usma. So I'm going to be rooting against you this week. We have some killer ranks in this community. Well done, guys. Yo, Elio, do you recommend to stay with Verstappen Piastri or to change Norris Verstappen build? The latter requires a -10. I haven't decided if I'm going for that yet. I also have that exact same option to go for a -10 to get Norris Verstappen, and I haven't decided yet. The more I think about it, the more I think that Norris is going to play it safe, which is good for his chances for the Drivers' Championship, but bad for F1 Fantasy points. Because if Norris is on pole and Verstappen is on P1, I think Verstappen can get fastest lap and driver of the day and outscoring fantasy-wise, but Norris can just slot in P2 and win the championship, right? So, I think if you have Verstappen Piastri, I think it's easier to stay with it. Because I don't... Like, Norris could get a lot of fantasy points, but I think even if he wins, he's not going to get driver of the day. Since he's just... I mean, maybe because he wins the championship, he gets driver of the day if like nothing else happens, but, yeah. I definitely slightly prefer Verstappen for this week. Not for the championship, but for F1 Fantasy. Alright, let's do that and bring that over here. Alright, so let's get this going. I think... I mean, it's between these two in the championship. They're both S tier this weekend. Granted, this does not mean must have both. But I think you should have one of them. and presumably that should be your 2x. I think going for Piastri plus Russell can work as a differential if they collide, but it really is looking like these two are going to be they're already the main characters for this stage that is the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. They are also the main characters for the stage that is the F1 Fantasy end of the season. As for the supporting roles of Piastri and Russell, they're just good. They're A tier. Usually on lower budgets, or if you don't want to take a -10, you do have to complement one of the two front runners with one of these two, and I think both of them are definitely fine picks and holds. I would expect these two to be on 35 to 55 points, and I would expect these two to be in the 25 to 30 point range as they've been throughout most of this season. I think this is just correct, right? If you disagree, let me know, but I think this is pretty good. Doing Norris Verstappen with autopilot? Well, you are one lucky man, Jim. There are others of us who are struggling to pick between the two, and you can just sit back, relax, and have both of them on the 2x. Let's go for the two options here. Do we know what the penalty for Kimi Antonelli is? I mean, he's going to get a penalty. Is it going to be a team fine or an actual grid penalty? I don't know. Considering there's actual damage to Tsunoda's car, maybe there could be a grid penalty there, but we haven't seen anything yet. I think a grid penalty to Kimi Antonelli is not good, because I'm expecting Kimi Antonelli to qualify P5, perhaps. So a grid penalty would put him down to like P8. I don't think that necessarily increases his chances for points, whereas it might do with that for someone who qualifies, someone who goes out in Q2. A grid penalty is actually good because you start further back and have more cars to overtake, whereas in that top echelon of drivers, or top part of the grid, I think it's just detriment to his value. I think even with the penalty though, Kim Antonelli is just B tier. He's really good, especially if you're on a lower budget. You want one of these two in your team. You might have to have Kimi Antonelli as your second driver of choice on that premium. And I think Yuki Tsunoda is just C tier. I don't think Yuki Tsunoda is a good pick. I think the only thing speaking for a Yuki Tsunoda pick today in Abu Dhabi is the fact that it's his final race in Formula 1, and there is a possibility that he gets driver of the day if he gets like P5, which I don't think he'll get, by the way. Good thing is you still have your final fix, so if someone else looks good, you can swap them tomorrow. If you have your final fix, make sure to have like a couple million in the bank, maybe between like 2 to 5 million in the bank, so you can switch it around if you need to, so you're not like priced out of an asset if an asset performs well. I do definitely think that final fix is very strong when you can use it in the final race, so I'm jealous of those of you that do have chips remaining. We then have Carlos Sainz. I think Carlos Sainz is A tier. I don't think he's S tier. I actually put Carlos Sainz in as the only driver in S tier last week, and he got a podium, so I'm very happy about that prediction. Or that rank, I suppose. I do think I'm going to put Behrman into S tier here. The reason for that is not because he's must-have, it's because if you can afford him, you should have him. Now, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris definitely outvalues having Ollie Behrman here, but I think if you do have enough money to stretch to an Ollie Behrman, you should have Ollie Behrman in your team. I think Ollie Behrman is really, really good and probably the best budget driver on the grid. Not that many people have him, so he's a great differential, and I'm expecting him to get a double-digit haul here in Abu Dhabi. Alonso or Hulkenberg is a question I just saw pop by in chat. So, let's talk about these two, huh? I think... Listen, there's been some hype about the Kicksaubers. They were good yesterday. Not as, they didn't really show themselves in FP3, but I still think they could be good. They're good for budget. They're super cheap, both of them. They are good for differential. They're not highly owned, and I'm expecting both of them to be bought a lot this week. With that said, though, I don't think I'll place them in A tier. I think they're just good, solid picks. So I'll put them in B tier. And I think Alonso is the same. Personally, though, which one you go for between Hülkenberg and Alonso depends on what your goal with this week is. If you are 499th in the world and you're looking to keep top 500 rank, you go for Alonso because Alonso is higher owned, meaning that like if Alonso pops off, you have him, or you play it safe with Alonso in there. If you're looking to chase rank like I am because I'm just outside of the top 1k, Hülkenberg's better because Hülkenberg is lesser owned. I think that is the dilemma at play. Now, there's definitely a chance that so many people transfer Alonso to Hülkenberg that we end up with a 50-50 split between them, and in which case, it's just a coin toss. But in the event that that doesn't occur, more people will be on Alonso than Hülkenberg, just naturally out of how this end of the season has played out. So for that reason, you keep Hülkenberg. Oh, you keep Alonso rather than go for Hülkenberg if you're trying to save rank. You go for Hülkenberg if you're looking to chase rank. I think Bortoleto can also be bought for chasing rank, and I think he's a higher upside than Hülkenberg because I think less people can actually afford to go for him from that switch. I think Gasly at the price point is an F tier. Okay? Gasly, when he performs well, he has a lot of Q3 appearances this year, but when he's in Q3, he drops in position because that Alpine car does not have any race pace. And at his price point, I would rather have Liam Lawson, Gary Bortoleto, Hülkenberg, and Alonso. All four of them, I think, are better picks than Pierre Gasly. I don't think there's any reason to have Pierre Gasly in your team for this week. So, yeah. Just sell Gasly. I think Gasly is a sell. I think Colapinto at 4.5 million is C tier because sometimes you just have to own him. But Gasly is F tier because there's just better options than him. Sometimes there isn't another option to Colapinto because he's the cheapest asset in the game, right? And I would rather sit there with Max or Lando on my team and Colapinto than not have them. We have a few more drivers here. I'm going to put both Ferraris into F tier. I don't see any reason to have either of the two. Just don't. Go for Russell or Kimi Antonelli instead. I think Alex Albon is very underrated. His price point makes him very difficult to afford, obviously. But I do think he is the best differential in the game right now. He's owned by no one because of his price point. That if you can stretch to him, it could be a massive upside if he has a good race. That being said, I've not seen enough from him to indicate that he would have a great race ahead of him in Abu Dhabi. I'm gonna put Albon in C tier, but just know that Albon is in C tier with the caveat that he is the best differential in the game. And if you want to go completely against the grain and the rest of the field that you're competing against, which is your fellow F1 fantasy strategists, Albon is the pick for you. With Haas looking decent, I think Ocon is B tier, but at his price point, he's difficult to afford. You don't read YouTube chat? I do read YouTube chat. I'm trying to get through all of this. So I don't wanna start talking about 3x when I'm in the middle of this. So yes, I do read YouTube chat. I see you. I'm just trying to get through this and then take questions. So Ocon. I think Ocon is B tier, and for the reason for that is that at his price point, I think you can find the budget to stretch to Behrman. I think Behrman is better. Behrman has been better than Ocon all year, and Behrman has better overtaking possibility and a higher ceiling than Ocon has. That being said, Ocon I think is a good differential also, but at his price point, he's difficult to afford, and I think it's easier to build a team with any of these four drivers rather than going for Ocon, right? Two drivers left. I think Lance Stroll is also a really good differential. Even lesser owned than Albon, should be mentioned, but less potential than Albon. Lance Stroll pops up with like a 10-pointer once every 3 or 4 races, and the rest are pretty bad. So I don't see that much that would excite me here. Lance Stroll for me is a do not own unless you want to go completely against the grain, right? This is a full differential pick. I just think there are better options than him, frankly. And like, if you're in the budget for a Lance Stroll, I think you just go for an Ocon instead, if that makes sense. Actually, as how much? What is his price? I don't remember. I don't remember Lance Stroll's price. I guess he isn't really. Oh, he's 6 point. Okay, lol. That wasn't even. He's cheaper than Hadjar and Sainz now. Actually, he's not even in the Ocon territory. So that everything I said there doesn't really apply. Yeah, just have Hadjar or Sainz. And then we'll do. I think Hadjar is up here with Sainz in A tier. I think this is the tier list. Oops, I opened that again. I do that every time. This is the tier list. Is there anything you disagree with? I'll look through chat now. Sorry, Mikey. I'm still saying Behrman is risky this week. Cause set up for quality bias this week. Yes, but I disagree. I think he's the best midfield driver on the grid. What do you think about Leclerc differential? I mean, insane differential. All the F tier drivers are insane differentials, but you know, they are F tier for a reason. Boy Savages, thanks so much. Your channel has got me to global 242. Insane. Congratulations. Top of your private league. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the kind words. Should you do Max and Lando with Colapinto, Alonso, and Hulk? Or Max and Piastri with Hadjar, Sainz, and Alonso? Safer bet is probably... depends on if you're taking a -10 hit at any point, but like, I don't think Colapinto is pretty safe. Even though you think it's safer with Max plus Lando with Colapinto, I think Max plus Piastri with Hadjar, Sainz, and Alonso is way safer, because Hadjar, Sainz, and Alonso are the 3 highest owned midfield drivers in the game, and Piastri is like the highest owned premium driver. And my YouTube chat just broke. Did I get banned? No, I'm not banned. Okay, cool. Got worried there. Let's pop out the chat again. I'm here. Cool. FP3 sims out. JazzQ the GOAT. Thank you so much. Maybe someone else said it before. Nope, you were first. You win. What perfect timing. It's like they're watching the stream and timing it with it. We'll do FP3 sims. Discuss that, and then we'll go into team submissions. Sims out, Sims out. Nice. Hey man, what happened to your Twitch account? I got banned. I got banned. Listen, I was watching FP3. I clicked the wrong button. Instead of muting the music, I unmuted the F1 TV audio for like less than 2 seconds. And Twitch auto-flagged me and I got insta-banned, okay? So my Twitch account is just gone. But I think it'll be fine. It'll be back for next year. Don't worry about it. It will be back for next year. But it is gone. Mid-stream, by the way. Mid-stream. Yep, permaban. DMCA striked. DMCA struck. I can't even see if it's permaban because Twitch hasn't sent me an email about it, and I can't appeal it yet because when I go to the appeal website, it says that my account doesn't have any strikes against it, but when I try and log in, it says that my account's banned. So, you know. Alright, this is the tier list for the final week of the season. I'm just gonna post it on Twitter because it's a funny image. Final draw. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Final driver tier list for F1 Fantasy. Final driver tier list of the season for F1 Fantasy. An hour until the deadline. I can't believe the season's almost over. Alright. I'm beginning to lose my voice. I'm not used to doing a 5-hour stream. I'm used to the 2-hour. I've found my limit. I'm croaking already. Let's see. What do we have? We're going to do simulations. By the way, this song is called "It's a Simulation," so I think it's fitting, and I keep opening that every single time. FP3 seems really like the Kick Boys, doesn't like Lawson at all. That's interesting. Just followed on Twitch, so my Twitch account's back. Are you baiting? You literally didn't. Yeah, channel's banned. Channel is banned. Can I appeal it yet? Nope, still can't appeal it. I am still very much banned. JC, why are you trolling me? Rewatch this and drink every time Rint is banned. First in the hospital loses. I think you'll all end up in the hospital. Rain, you still feeling triple McLaren? I don't know. I really want Verstappen, but YouTube supremacy. Would you switch Mercedes with red racing bulls to get enough money for Max Verstappen? No. You'll be streaming on Kick next year? I'd rather stream on Facebook. I despise that website. And also Kick or other sports. They're not even gonna sponsor Saber anymore, so, you know. Just threw in a submission when the prior one? Yeah, I'll check the prior one first. Sims like Verstappen? Did we hear about the Norris Verstappen impeding? No, I've not seen anything about that. Think about the brand deal though, but Kick is gonna be out the sport, so, you know. I will say, if Kick comes in with the... I'll move. Have you done your final submission? No. Not yet. Alright, let's check Team 1. So, they really like Bearman, huh? Interesting. This is one of the moves I discussed on my team selection video. Hadjar out, Bearman in. They really like Bearman. They really like Hulkenberg. Really like Hulkenberg. I think Hulkenberg's gonna be bought by a lot. They really like Ocon as well. It's Haas and Kick. It's Haas and Sauber for the simulations here. I'm curious if I up the budget slightly, like go to like 145. Verstappen. When will you reveal your secret team? I'll reveal it. I'm gonna make a. So my secret team, actually, I'll reveal now. I'm gonna make an entirely separate YouTube video in the off season about my secret team. Like, can you win F1 Fantasy by missing the first deadline? With clickbait or something like that. So I'll make like a full season like progression of my second team video in the off season. It's my plan, at least, if I have time for it. Will probably be out in like January in the like dead season. It would be like one of my videos in January. But I'll obviously show it for the stream here, what transfer I end up making for it. But it's not as good as my main team anymore. It was ahead at one point, but it fell behind pretty heavily. Were Haas and Sauber's race runs really that good? Apparently. I think it's interesting that when I up the budgets, they want Verstappen plus Norris. They prefer Verstappen slightly to Norris. But they actually prefer the switch to Hulkenberg over the switch to Verstappen if I go back to T1 budget. Like, if they think getting Behrman is more important than getting Verstappen in by like a point. That's interesting. They don't want the -10 to get Verstappen Norris. Yeah, the Verstappen Norris team is like not anywhere on the -10. If I do Verstappen plus Norris, must have. Yeah, here's the -10. Hulkenberg, Alonso. 226.5 is the expectation here. And what if I did... Oh, if I did this in the 226.5, 231.4. So they're saying it's like a 5-point swing, but I don't think it's a 5-point swing. I think it's a pretty massive swing, actually. Because obviously, like, I want Norris because I think Norris is going to win it. But if Norris is first and Piastri... Okay, I just keep having that scenario in my brain and I can't shake it. That Norris is going to get pole, Verstappen is going to get P2, and Norris is just going to let Verstappen pass into turn 1 because there's no reason for Norris to fight that. And then Norris is just going to finish P2. And that will be Norris on like 27 points, something like that. Maybe an overtake in like with different tire strategies, like if he pits into some traffic or pits into some people. So maybe Norris ends up on like 30 points, which is not bad on the 2x, right? But Verstappen, if Verstappen goes from P2 to P1, gets driver of the day, fastest lap because he's starting from, you know, he has clean air, then Max Verstappen's sitting on like a freaking 55 pointer. No? 25 plus 9. What's that? So 34 plus 10, so yeah, like 54 points plus an overtake, position gain. Yeah, it's like he's close to a 60 pointer at that point. Driver of the day would likely go to whoever wins Sport Driver Championship. I don't think so. That's what, like, if Norris wins the race, I don't think that guarantees him Driver of the Day. People hate Norris. Like, people despise Lando Norris and don't vote for him. Yeah, like, I'm surprised Verstappen got Driver of the Day over Sainz last week. Can you check the best suggested team for 125? You can do so yourself. This website is free. The only thing that costs money is connecting it to my account. Like, I can check my account by, like, clicking my current teams and, you know, they say what I should do, right? So you can just go in and, like, type here. Yeah, like, in the instance where both of them crash, I'm screwed anyway. Like, I can't think I can't think about what will happen if they crash, because if they crash, I'm just like, you know, what can I do again? So I just cannot get that scenario out of my head that I think unless it's like Russell, but even then, like, Lando wins nothing by fighting into turn 1. Literally just drive safe, make the corner, and then get P2, P3, and he wins the championship. And that's great for his World Drivers' Championship, chances, right? But it's not good for F1 Fantasy. It's just straight up not. And that's why I kind of want to get Verstappen in. They really don't like the -10 though. But they don't like it by like 5 points, and I think it's going to be worth way more than that. Listen, Verstappen's projected point is 32. I'm expecting it to be 55 if he wins the race. But he was also complaining. Man, like, I don't know what to do. It could just be that, like, Norris and Piastri get P1, P2, and then, like, this team is just goated, right? Like, this is a decent shout. None of them are going to risk taking themselves out. But, like, Verstappen and Piastri should. Because, like, you know, Verstappen and Piastri for P2 have nothing to lose. Like, if they crash, they crash. Like, they weren't going to win anyway. Like, if they don't pass Norris into turn 1, Norris will sail away and win. Max always complains. Yeah, you're right. The game theory goes crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. He always complains. So, we can't really listen to that. At this stage, if you could only have 2 premium drivers or 2 premium constructors, what are you picking? 2 premium constructors. And then you go like Antonelli as your second premium driver. And if you can't afford that even, it's fine. You just go like Albon, Behrman, whatever. 2 premium constructors is always my favorite. Unless you're using the 3X. I will always be a constructor shill. This is so... I just cannot get that scenario out of my head. But in the instance where McLaren get a 1-2, then obviously Norris is just best. And maybe I'm maybe I'm overestimating the Norris hate. And maybe Norris can pick up driver today. Pick your team assuming you have final fix. If you have final fix, you just leave 2 million in the bank. Yes, Max is the type of guy to... I mean, it's always clockwork. Max Verstappen, purple sector. Max Verstappen, radio. This car's shit. And then, you know. Anthony might have penalty. Wouldn't surprise me. Do we have any news about that? You're right, the Lando hate is too strong for driver today. That's what I think. That's like this litmus test that I have. A fax machine, thank you so much for the super chat. You can do Norris Verstappen with autopilot. We'll have to skip McLaren and go Mercedes Red Bull. Oh, that's tough. I don't think so. I don't think autopilot is that good of a chip to force Norris Verstappen. I still think... But again, it also depends. Are you trying to chase rank or are you trying to protect rank? If you're trying to protect rank, you never sell McLaren. If you're trying to chase rank, you can consider it. Okay? But I think I would personally stick with McLaren and just say Norris plus Russell. I mean, your autopilot, you see it as insurance in case there's a crash into turn 1 and then Russell gets P2 or whatever. You reckon my Norris analysis is pretty spot on? Damn, I've completely lost the ability to speak. I also think so. If Lando wins the race, I reckon he gets driver today. Will Drivers' Championship win will overcome the hate? I'm not so sure. Piastri and Norris won't come together at least. Then the team will never live that down. But like Piastri should just launch it, right? World Drivers' Championship will fuel the hate further. It's crazy that we're sitting here and like the main thing is we're not looking at data points or anything like that. We're looking at how much does the F1 community hate Lando Norris, and that's like what we're basing our F1 fantasy picks on. It's really funny. Why does everyone hate Norris? What did he do? I don't know. He's made a few mistakes, and McLaren are annoying. That's it. I like. It's popular to hate the driver that's in the fastest car, I guess. The driver is just so overpowered. It really is for the 2X. It really is for the 2X. Should Mercedes be dropped with penalty concerns? Definitely not. It's not going to matter that much. Unless it's like a big penalty. But like if it's a larger penalty, it's better for the F1 fantasy assets. It is tradition to hate Lando. Lando was like one of the most liked drivers on the grid a year and a half ago. And I'm not even joking. Everyone hating Lando is the most recency biased BS I've ever seen in my entire life. Because literally no one Lando was everyone's darling favorite driver literally 2 years ago. When the car was bad. 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when the car suddenly became good and they started getting podiums, everyone just loved him and was waiting for that win. And yes, someone is going to be in chat and be like, oh, I've hated Lando since 2020. Like, yeah. I'm not saying there's no reason. Like, Lando, there's no reason to... I'm not saying Lando does not deserve criticism. But I'm saying that the hate that Lando gets is way more than it should be. It's way overblown. Yeah, Lando hate is incredibly forced. Shouldn't have won in Miami? Sure. But he should have won in like 5 other races that he didn't win. It was when he said it's just luck. Yeah, sure, but I also think he is, I'm not gonna say to defend Lando Norris. He doesn't need people to defend him, but I feel like I have to because like the hate is just it's way overblown. I think you can definitely criticize some things and say like, oh, he's lost into turn 1 too often, and yeah, that's like 100% fair. But I also think, he's done the best over the course of a year. Now, mate, I've always hated Lando. See, like clockwork. No Russell in The Sims. Is he looking that slow? Russell's like 22.3 points. This is like standard Russell. He's always 4th in The Sims. What's the best way to use your final fix? You save 2 million in the bank, and then you just check the race and see what happens. Dude, I don't know what to do with my team. All right, let's do some things here, because otherwise we're gonna run out of time. Canadori, here are my options, and also here is my rivals team from last week. I have no chips left. He has autopilot. What do we do to hold him off and win the championship? No chips, defending a 40-point lead, and your rival had Norris plus Piastri. So I don't know how many transfers he made. You can look that up. But if he only has 2 free transfers, expect him to not take a -10. He's stuck on some Gasly Colapinto stuff. I'd say for his team, the most I'm gonna rate your rival's team. So I'm so sorry if he listens to this. If your rival is listening to this, I would sell Gasly and Colapinto to like Lawson plus Hulkenberg or Hulkenberg plus Bortoletto or something like that. That's what I would do with this team. So seeing that like that's the most likely thing that he will do with his transfers, because having Alpine is no fun, the best thing that you can do is to make sure that you have the team that he has. So just go Norris Piastri, put the 2x on Norris, and you're fine, and you win the game. Boom. That's what you do. Quick one, but I think that's the obvious transfer for him because it's not fun having Alpine drivers. Let's move back here. All right, we were on Black Lantern. Colapinto plus Kimi. Colapinto plus Kimi versus Albon plus Behrman. What would you consider Russell plus Behrman plus Kimi? Would you consider Russell plus Behrman plus Kimi in which instance? I don't really know where that Russell, Behrman, Kimi lineup is. Is that without Max Verstappen? In that case, no. But Colapinto plus Kimi versus Albon plus Behrman. I think it's Albon plus Behrman, if I'm honest. I think Albon plus Behrman is a killer team. Like this team is really fun. I like this one. Just because of differential, right? Differential power in Albon and Behrman. And versus, Colapinto is no fun to own. This is my current. Keep Hadjar or switch to Sainz. You lack 0.2 to have them both. Who should be the 5th? I think switching to Sainz, I mean, it's a sideways transfer, but again, you don't need to do any other transfer with Verstappen and Piastri. I would say with 2 transfers, again, are you trying to defend rank? If you're defending rank, keep Alonso. If you're chasing rank, you sell Alonso to like Hulkenberg or Bortoletto, and then you can upgrade Hadjar to Sainz, right? If you want to, but you can also just keep Hadjar. Hadjar and Sainz are so even. I don't know exactly which one to pick between the two. I don't even think I can pick between the two, but I would consider the Alonso switch if you're looking to chase rank. Oh, I 100% agree. By the way, Dean, there's definitely reasons to not like Norris. 100%. I think there are definitely questionable things he's done and said in the past with regards to, he's had some fratty attitudes towards women on his live stream that I've not really vibed with, right? But I think him being open and honest about his mental is a really good thing, and I just think I think it's the dogpiling is too much. The fact that Kimi Antonelli got hate last week is beyond me. How that even happened. But apparently that was enough for him. And if Kimi Antonelli, what I'm imagining, right? Everyone made, okay, we're not talking F1 fantasy here, we're talking about the sport in general. But like, if Kimi Antonelli got hate for what happened last week, the reason he got hate is because he gave points to Norris, right? He gave points to Norris with that mistake. Can you imagine how much shit Lando Norris gets on a daily basis if that happened to Kimi after that one instance? Like, I know what happened to Kimi. Like, Kimi it should rightfully, like, should not get any hate whatsoever for what happened last week. But Kimi Antonelli got hate because Norris got the points. So I know we're making a big deal out of, oh, you know, people, they're investigating, and, like, Red Bull apologized, and, like, there's this whole media fuss about, oh, Kimi Antonelli got threats. Dude, Lando Norris must get, like, 15 times the hate that Antonelli gets, and he gets it every day. That is crazy. His jokes don't seem like jokes. Sure, I agree with that. Like, sometimes he misses that. But just regardless if you think the hate or is justified or not for Lando Norris, just imagine the sheer amount of hate message Lando must get compared to what Kimi got last week. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, to compare it, but yeah, unbelievable. Like the bloody stream, people. 100 likes. True, it's the final stream of the season. What are we at, actually? I don't even know. Stream settings. 106 like 200 people. We can definitely get to 150. We should get to 150. I'm dressed up. I have a tie, bro. I can't even speak. My tie is so tight. I'm gonna... Ugh. Whew. A little bit loosey now, but, like, I'm Alright, where we at? We did this one, yes. Alright, we have... Oh, I said I would get to everyone. Oh my god, you guys are crazy. I'm not gonna get to all of them. I'm so sorry. I thought I would have time, but, like... Jeez. Lan. Hi, Ray. Need your help with decision. Budget 138.9, and I want to have any Haas asset. Probably Behrman. What do you think? Current team. This team looks good. You want a Haas asset? Looks good, right? I think I like Behrman more, but I dislike Gasly. So, like, you know, I think this looks great. That's what I would go for. Wild card in this final race, going for a differential. Please help me choose one of these. Suggest something. Budget 135.6. You want 2 premium constructors. I know it's tempting to have Norris, Piastri, Russell, but it's better to have a second premium constructor. I know that's not what you want to hear, but my suggestion is to get a second premium constructor in there. If you want to go differential, I would go for McLaren plus Red Bull. And in that case, you could go for probably, like... Could you go for Verstappen, Piastri, McLaren, Red Bull? Maybe. If this is a cheaper driver. I know it's boring, but I don't think the cheap constructors are good enough. Like, you need a massive pile-up in the front for it to be worth it. But maybe that's what you're hoping for. If you want to go massively differential, you can just go, like, McLaren less. Just hope McLaren's crash. Go for, like, Red Bull Racing plus Mercedes, plus, like, Verstappen, Russell, Kimi Antonelli as well, if you can afford it, but it doesn't have to be in there. If you want to go differential, then go McLaren less, completely. No McLaren driver, no McLaren constructor. That's, like, the biggest differential you can go. But I do think that is better than going for this. I'm sorry that I'm the party pooper. Okay, I know I'm party dressed, loose tie and everything, but I have to party poop a bit. I'm really sorry I'm not going to get to all the... I don't think I've ever seen this many team submissions before. I know, I mean, it's the final race of the season, so by all means, but I have to do the transfer for my old team, but I haven't even decided what I want to go for. I think I need to actually sit down and look through it, and then I'll go through as many team submissions as I can at the end of the stream. So, Primi, thank you for your inputs all season. You're welcome. You're 251 in global. Sheesh. Massive shout out. Thank you. Budget 145.5 is insane. First, your current team thinking of doing 2 or 3. Should I move away from Tsunoda instead of Gasly? Yes. Do you have 2 or 3 transfers? I can't see. Every time you go for the 2 most expensive drivers, it backfired. I could have afforded Verstappen, Norris, Vegas, but avoiding Norris saved your season. At 145 million, I think Gasly and Tsunoda are the 2 people I don't like on this team, but I understand wanting to be off of Norris, and I think that's fine. Keeping Piastri is also fine. I think Gasly and Tsunoda are the 2 drivers I don't like in your team, so I much prefer this. Yeah. Maybe you can go super differential with, like, Albon plus, like, Hulkenberg. Maybe you can afford that. But Behrman, Hadjar, like, this team is insane. All right. Best differentials I've talked about a lot. First one is my team right now, 139.9. Should you change only B2 drivers to two transfers? Yeah, Gasly out to Hulkenberg, and then do whatever you want after that. It's a lot of the same right now, so we're gonna pause there with team submissions for now because I need to discuss my own team. And then we need to do tip of the year. Tip of the year. Alright. My god. Whew. What happens to the guy who's leading Global League with Team 2? He doesn't win any prizes. That's what happens. You can't win prizes on your Team 2. You're about to do Norris, Hadjar, Sainz for Max, Hulk, Behrman. Am I crazy? No. Good transfer. Alright, let's lock in with my team here because I need a good end of season. I'm very stuck on the fact that Max Verstappen will win this race. I'm very stuck on that. So, what do we do? What do we do? I can do just straight up this. And bet on McLaren. However, I'm reeling from the lack of Verstappen on this team. I really want Verstappen. Where you have to win with T1 team? Yes, it's in the rules. If you cannot win prizes on your Team 2 or Team 3. Rival has autopilot. Does it mean he might go for Verstappen Piastri with the autopilot and take Hulk instead of Colapinto? Possible. But I would rather sell Gasly than do that. But maybe he does do that. And in that case... Hard to call. Hard to call. Just 2 more, please. I will keep going with team submissions after I've done my team, but I have to prioritize my team for now. If you have Lando and Max, which driver would you go 2x? Probably Max. It's one of those where, like, do I bet against my gut feeling about Verstappen? Because, like, I could go this and bet against my gut feeling about Max Verstappen. Russell also looks strong this week. Like, Russell could definitely interrupt some things. But it's just, like, in the instance where it's Lando and Max on the front row, like, I just see Max winning the race. I feel like your gut has been pretty on point. I agree. It feels bad to go against my gut. But, like, I also think objectively this team is, like, really good, right? And I really want Behrman and Hulkenberg. Like, I also have a really good gut feeling about Behrman and Hulkenberg, right? That's why I'm considering this. If I go for Max Verstappen, I either, like, just sell Norris to Max. Or if I want both Norris and Max, I have to take a -10. Whoa! Peter, 2nd year in fantasy. Look forward to the stream every race weekend over both years. I appreciate you. Let's get this top 1K. I look forward to next year. Thank you so much, Peter. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Show your appreciation to Peter by liking the stream. No, thank you, seriously, Peter. That's unbelievably kind of you. I'm also looking forward to next year. I have a lot of fun things planned. What's your rank? 1,125. I am on the cusp of greatness. Can you not afford Verstappen and Behrman? No. I cannot. There's no world in which I afford Verstappen and Behrman without a -10. Like, I could do this, right? But in this instance, like, technically I'm taking a -10 here just for Bearman, and that's not worth it. If I'm taking a -10 for Verstappen, if I'm taking a -10 for Verstappen, it is to go Norris plus Verstappen, and then I sell Hadjar and Sainz. This is the only -10 that seems worth it for me. This -10. Or this. This -10 is not bad at all. I don't think this is bad at all. And in this case, I would put 2x on Verstappen. But do I want to take a -10 when I'm trying to chase 100 ranks? Not necessarily. Follow your gut. Made the same mistake last week. Damn. I don't have 3 transfers, I have 2. Ah, this is so tough. But I'm really just feeling the Max Verstappen winning from P2. But also this race, like, Paul Sitter wins. Always. Max Verstappen's so up for it, though. I still think Norris gets the Drivers' Championship. I just think Verstappen wins it. Rain, if you were at 2.7, what would you do? If you're not chasing anyone particular in, like, a mini-league, it's one of those middle-of-the-park ranks, I guess. I guess you just try and get top 2.5k, maybe? But I would just play... I wouldn't, like, do a crazy differential play, because you don't want to accidentally drop below top 5k. You want to stay top 5k at all costs. That's what I would prioritize. So I would try and save rank. Max will get more points over Piastri. I agree. You wouldn't go with Verstappen Norris for a -10. Like, I don't think this team is bad at all. It's just I don't know if it's worth a -10. Simulations think this team scores like 5 less, but the simulations puts Verstappen and Norris at 30 points each, and one of Verstappen and Norris is getting like a 45 pointer at the minimum. The person who wins the race out of these two is getting at least 45 points. So maybe this is worth it, if you consider it. Because, okay, look at this, right? In the instance where I go to my team 1 and do this and this, right? Up here, the predicted points for Verstappen and Norris is 32.7 and 31.2, okay? But in the instance where Norris scores 31.2, Verstappen is going to score 55 points. And in the instance where Verstappen scores 30 points, Norris is going to score like 45. So if I have both, isn't it technically worth the -10? Don't underestimate the pressure on Norris yet. But that's what I think. I don't think Norris with the pressure is not going to fight for that turn 1. He's just going to drive safe. That's all he needs. He just needs to, like, Piastri and Verstappen. Oh, that was a crazy voice crack. I'm losing my voice right now, guys. I'm so sorry. I've been talking for too long. Sorry. Piastri and Verstappen will send it into turn 1. Carlos! Oh my god, the super chats are rolling in. Thank you so much. You guys are way too kind. Second year following F1 playing fantasy. Thank you for advising. Great content. Awesome job. Thank you, Carlos. And thank you for being here so much throughout the season. All of you. Insane support, guys. Thank you so much. What a season it has been. I'm beginning to, like, consider that this might be worth it. In terms of the -10. Because it says 226 here, but, like, if I have both, isn't both really safe? Because I think one of them is going to score high. I think one of these two will win the race. The winner will get fastest lap. And if Verstappen wins, he gets driver of the day. If Norris wins, he might get driver of the day if nothing else happens. I think, like, if I get it correct with Verstappen versus Norris, that team could outscore it, but if I get Verstappen plus Norris, it's just safer, no? The second question then is it Hulkenberg or Lawson? I think it's Hulkenberg, but 100% worth it. Norris plus Verstappen for -10 to Colapinto worth it? I wouldn't say as much. Because I don't think I'm necessarily downgrading my B-tier drivers that much by doing this. Yes, I've discussed that as well. I do think Piastri has the same motive. Your money is on Piastri for pole? Crazy. Red Bull Racing viable over McLaren at all? As a differential, sure. But if you're looking to save rank, you never sell McLaren. I disagree that Lando plays safe. He only needs to come home third. I agree. Yo, Mustafa. Thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are way too kind. Elevated the fun for sure. Thank you so much, Mustafa. That's very, very kind. You guys. I'm trying to focus on the thing and you guys are just super chatting me. With no questions. You're just sending love. That's so kind. Oh my god. That's, oh. I still don't know what to do though. Okay, I need to up the intensity of the music because this is like... Looks like a... Yeah, this is a bit more high intensity. Okay. Streams have been amazing. Thank you. I actually agree. I think the streams have been hyped this year. All right. We need to lock in. What are we doing? What am I doing? Norris will play it safe. Okay? That we can all agree on. I don't think... But, okay. One facet, one portion of this is that Norris is playing it safe because he only needs P3 in the Drivers' Championship. Verstappen and Piastri have nothing to lose. If they're on the front row with him on the grid, they will absolutely send it to turn 1 because if they don't pass him turn 1, he will sail off and win. So if Norris is on pole or if Norris is P2 and Piastri or Verstappen is turn 1, is on the front row, they will absolutely send it, okay? Absolutely send it. There's no doubt in my mind. They'd rather crash than not get in front of Norris, and Norris would rather go into second than crash, right? So, that's the scenario. The other portion of this, though, is that I think Norris will get pole, and pole sitter always wins here. For the past 10 years, the pole sitter has won this race, okay? Those two contradict themselves, because I think Lando will get pole, but I think Lando will play it safe, but pole sitter always wins. With a -10, I can get both Norris and Verstappen. I think if Verstappen wins the race, even if Norris wins the Drivers' Championship, I think Verstappen gets Driver of the Day again. He's just that popular right now as the underdog that people think deserve to win the championship because he's the best driver. And I agree with that on, you know, on some level. Norris is unpopular driver of the day, but if Norris wins, I think he gets fastest lap. And I think then he's at a 45-pointer. So I think either Norris or Verstappen is going to get like a 45 plus. I think in Verstappen's case, if he wins and gets driver of the day, it's like a 55-pointer. Whereas Norris can get like a 45-pointer-ish. If I have both, I guard against that. I'm going to get the points no matter what. But still, it's still a bet on which one the 2x falls on, right? So the simulations don't like the -10 to get both of them. Because it thinks it's like 5 points less, right? But in fact, that's not really what's going on here. Because if I have both, I think one of them is gonna get at least 15 points more, which will more than make up for the -10 here. Because on the -10, I sell Piastri, who I do think will stay at a 25-pointer if he gets P3, P4, or below. Alright? Sims updated? Are we kidding? What? Really? Last updated. No, they haven't updated. So, wait, have they updated? Are you trolling me? I feel like you're trolling me. I think they're the same. No. All right, whatever. Not updated. Okay, yeah, he's just trolling. Okay. A lot of ifs. A lot of okay. I know it's a lot of ifs, but But that is like the scenario I see in my head. On the other point, I could just like get Behrman or Hulkenberg or whatever. But it is kind of just a sideways move in a way. Norris for qualifying FF with Verstappen. I think that's a banger play. Banger play. Best drivers not in the top teams, like Behrman, Hadjar, Sainz. -10 for Norris Verstappen. I think it protects me in a way, but I don't know if it actually is the play. Okay, this is the actual thing, that the actual conundrum, right? I don't think this play is the thing that's gonna get me to top 1k, because it's playing it safe, having both Norris and Verstappen. I'm chasing rank. I'm not taking my own advice here. I want to chase 125 positions. Isn't it better to just bet on the triple McLaren and go for like something like this with Behrman and Hulkenberg, and just go Norris and Piastri are gonna 1-2 this race, or completely bet against Norris? I feel like that's the play that actually gets me top 1k, and not taking the -10. Because if I get this correctly and Verstappen gets that 55 pointer, for example, if it's this play right here, like you know, it's only an extra 5 points from Norris to Piastri, and I don't have Hadjar and Sainz. Sänk musiken lite. I'll lower the music slightly, but you know, it's a high octane moment. But just because you said it in Swedish, I'll abide. So, Max and Piastri, gotta stay hyped. Yeah, I have to stay hyped. I've been live for too long. All right, we have 20 minutes. I'm gonna make a poll. What do you guys think? Here we go. Start poll. I need you guys' help. Which one would you go for? What's my current global rank? Like 1,125. $1,125. Very few people are staying Norris plus Piastri. That's interesting. That's what the simulations say I should do, by the way. So you guys are going against the simulation. But I slightly agree on it. Alright, I think it's very clear which order these is. So I'm going to end the poll and start a new one. Max plus Piastri versus Max plus Norris with a -10. Here you go. I want to see where those extra people select that voted for Norris plus Piastri before. I voted, but I don't know. Honestly, if you want differential, go against the poll. Norris won't get driver of the day points. I agree, but Norris won't get driver of the day points, but Norris could win the race, get fastest lap, and that's 45 points. Essentially, this would be, and here I would go for either Liam Lawson or Nico Hulkenberg over Bortoletto. Probably Nico Hulkenberg. So it would be either this team or this team. Why wouldn't Norris get driver of the day? Because people hate him. He's the most unliked driver on the grid. That's not called Lance Stroll. I think Norris doesn't get driver of the day even if he wins the championship. Most people will want to take risks in last race. This is pretty risky, no? Why is no one considering Russell? It's a good question. What if I just bait and switch you guys and go for this? What about George versus Piastri? That's like I kind of want to sell Piastri, dude. Like I kind of want to sell Piastri. That's why I'm like, but I also want Max. You know what I mean? Russell already part of Mercedes. That's true. All right. So, if we look at the season summary on F1 Fantasy Tools, I've taken 2 points hits so far this season. Plus Red Bull Constructor. I like it, but I'd rather get Max. Russell plus Norris? Yeah, I could go for that. I have I've taken 2 -10s. I'm considering going for the third one of the season on the final race. Like, are these midfield drivers good enough? I think I might get my -10 back. I agree. I don't want to keep Piastri. I don't think Piastri has looked that good this week. You get an old floor fitted? That's a good point. I want Max. That's like I really want Max because I think that's going to happen. I'm gonna switch the position of these two because I'm gonna put the 2x on Max. I think I'm taking the -10. But I'm not going to do it yet. "12 minutes left. It's time." Fantasy website is acting weird. Careful. Okay, I will be careful. Thank you for the warning. Tip of the year. should be... Okay. Should this be a tip for this week in particular? Or for, like... You know... combining the year in one tip? Because I know what the tip of the year has been. But we'll do tip of the week first. Tip of the week. Tip of the week, don't stream the race on Twitch. That's really funny. I'm gonna go bold on this one. This is one of those. I mean, this entire stream has been a bit about it. We have 10 minutes left to go, by the way, before the deadline, which is crazy. I'm gonna go a bit bold on this one because I've been questioning whether I should do it or not. But ultimately, for a race like this, where it's one race, winner takes all, and you need your F1 fantasy pick to go right, there's only one real thing you can do. Because over the course of a season, it's about skill. For this race, it's about luck. Trust your gut, baby. Trust your gut. I'm going to trust my gut. I think exactly what I've predicted this entire stream is going to happen. And I think Lando will pole. He will let Max Verstappen go into turn 2. Max Verstappen will come away with a 55-pointer in F1 Fantasy. Lando Norris will get like a 30-pointer. And Max Verstappen will win the race, get all the fantasy points that I want, but Norris will win the Drivers' Championship. I've seen it in the stars. I've seen the vision. It is exactly what's happening. Trust me on that. Nothing crazy will ever happen because nothing crazy ever happens in the sport. I'm going to take a -10 for only the third time this season, and I'm going to run the two of them with the DRS boost on Max Verstappen. -10 transfer. Hadjar and Sainz out sucks. I'm hoping Alonso doesn't punish me. I'm hoping the Kick Sauber boys do me proud. Should this be Hulkenberg or should this be Liam Lawson? I think it should be Hulkenberg. Hulkenberg or Lawson? Quick. Chat, I need help. Hulkenberg or Lawson? Hulkenberg or Lawson? Hulk. Lawson. It's a lot of Hulk. I think a lot of people are buying Hulkenberg, though. It's mostly Hulk. It's mostly Hulk. I can't sell Bortoletto. That would be a -20. I can't go Lawson over Bortoletto. Last race before Audi. Lawson no balls. Lawson better car. Is it for this week? 7 minutes. 7 minutes indeed. Dude, I want to go Lawson so badly just to mess with you guys. Lawson will DNF maybe because Elbow's out. I think I'll go for Hulkenberg. I'll check it out. Sauber look good. Sauber look good this weekend. Trust the race pace. Trust the Sims. Trust the Sims. This is my -10. Boom. It's done. Alright, I only have 7 minutes to change my other teams. What am I doing? I'm just gonna do whatever this is. I forgot I have other teams to do. I have 7 minutes. This is awful. 6 minutes. Verstappen, Behrman, Hulkenberg. We'll do that. Verstappen, Behrman, Hulkenberg. Verstappen. Behrman, Hulkenberg. Behrman, Hulkenberg. Boom. Perfect. Alright, this is the team. Alright, quick. I need to go into the freaking... What am I doing? I have a secret team. My other team. I don't have time. Sign in. Da 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 da. What the frick am I doing? F1 Fantasy, F1 Fantasy, F1 Fantasy. Quick, 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 quick. 6 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. Alright, boom. This team here. It ran this last week, so we'll do Max von Stappen. I mean, this team might as well go crazy, you know? Why not? Risk it all. Nah, I wanna keep. Bear, we'll do this. We'll go crazy with this one. Might as well. This one. I mean, now I have Max Verstappen on freaking everything. I'll do Lando Norris on this one. Just pick whatever, right? Who cares? Do I have chips left? No, I don't. I have final fix still on this. That's fine. Alright, boom. Alright. That's the team though. Sorry, I panicked there. Alright. Other team submissions for fun. Anyone who has their team submissions here, type in chat right now and I'll do it. You're so nervous. Yes, I am. It's a final. I've never been this late with the transfer. Okay, that's a lie. I have done that before, but what's the best strategy? I don't know, bro. That's way too long to go into. Me, the Masaris. Okay, I'll Alan and the Masaris. Okay, we'll do you two. Those are the only two I have time for, though. Alan, all right. 28 points ahead of your league. Okay, protect rank. McLaren, Mercedes. Current team is Norris, Piastri. Second place is Max and Norris already. Okay. Minus 10 to hedge against Max and Norris. Will keep Norris, Piastri, do Verstappen, Piastri. Really difficult because considering he has Max and Norris, I don't think he's selling that. I think you do switch to Max and Norris for the minus 10. I think you do. I know it's weird to like do that, but if he's already on Max and Norris, there's no way he's not doing that. Andrew, oh my god, with the 5 gift memberships. That actually just crashed my stream. Jan got one. Sarab got one. Colby got one. Trixie got one. APS got one. Andrew, thank you so much. That is so very, very kind of you. Get some hype in the chat for Andrew dropping 5 gift subs. Or gift memberships. Would you stick with Williams Constructor or Switch? Thoughts, please? I mean, who could you even upgrade it to? If you can't upgrade it to Mercedes, yeah, I think I would switch. I'll do tip of the year after the deadline's over because it doesn't have anything to do with this deadline. All right, who was the second one that I promised? Matza. Black Lantern, I've already done one of your teams. Masaris, here we go. Hey, Rain, you got 131.1 million. Okay, Antonelli team category. 57 point in the lead of your league. You're fine. Think you're one of the best teams. Top option, just play it safe. Any recommendations for this? Thanks for all the help this season. I would want to sell Gasly, but I definitely getting Verstappen here. Can you not? Oh, I guess you have to sell Sainz to Hulkenberg. You can't sell Gasly down. In that case, yes, I agree. Verstappen is probably a better pick here than Antonelli. I wouldn't take a minus 10 to sell Gasly, so you're just kind of stuck with Gasly, I guess. I think this is totally fine. This is a good team. I like it. If you can afford to go like Gasly to Alonso or Gasly to Colapinto to afford the Verstappen, I would do that instead. But other than that, I really like this. What a season. We're doing Quali Watch Along on YouTube? Yes, we are. Quali Watch Along will be on YouTube. I'll stay live here. Jim Repair, thank you so much. Love the content this season. You helped me finish first and second in my league. Let's freaking go. That's what I like to see. Do the super chats and the gift memberships are crazy. You were above? Okay, Russia, we'll do it. Where are you? Where are you? Here we go. 1 minute. Use wildcard, which is better? This. I like Max. I trust your gut. Listen to the tip of the week. Trust your gut. I trust in Max Verstappen. I've locked in my team. Boom. I missed the timing. What a season it's been. We're gonna watch quali here. Deadline is up. That's a season. That is just the season. That is actually just the season. I mean, obviously we still have to see the results of this, but my freaking thing broke. Oh well. Everything broke this stream. What a season it's been. We need a tip of the year. Tip of the year. And based on the comments in the chat earlier this stream, I think we all know what the tip of the year has been. And that has been to subscribe to Rain Fantasy on YouTube. The way we have pushed the possibilities, I mean, in the top 10k, the viewership basis of this channel and the other content creators as well have completely pushed the limits of this game. No one else is even close. You guys are winning your home leagues so badly that they're stopping, like, they're not even playing with you anymore. Alright? There is the amount of knowledge that we in this community have found throughout this year to optimize the game. I mean, F1 Fantasy Tools with the budget builder site has been huge, obviously, for the start of the season, building that up. But just as a community, the way we make decisions is just so miles above anything else. And comparing it to a game like Fantasy Premier League is the other main fantasy game that I play, obviously. The game is so found out in that it's, the content creators don't necessarily, they make a meta in a way, but their communities aren't guaranteed to go far and finish in the top 100k even in that game. Whereas here, we have pushed it this season to new heights. And I'm not just saying it's my channel, by the way. Like, subscribe to all the other amazing content creators as well. We're gonna have a content creator collab between multiple content creators from the F1 Fantasy side, coming out sometime before Christmas, hopefully. Talking about the season, a little like post-season podcast discussion. We're recording that next weekend, probably. But yeah, just the way we pushed this game to its limits and optimized it is mental, and it's been an amazing season. And thank you so much for the support. The support has been truly amazing, and I know that content wise from me, it's not been perfect throughout the end of year. I mean, I think my tips have been good, but I've not had the time or the mental energy, I suppose, to get through and post 2 videos a week. I've done 1 video a week for the most of part of the season, but I'm super excited for 2026 and what 2026 has in store. I'm excited to up the graphics. I'm excited to up the content. I'm excited to try and get back into short form content. I'm excited for a lot of things come next year, and it's going to be a big year in 2026, and I cannot wait for it. Also, I will be in Barcelona, so if you're going to the Barcelona, to the Spanish Grand Prix next year, make sure to keep an eye out on the socials, because I'll be there. If you're heading out, thank you so much for this season. Make sure to stay in touch with the channel, because there's going to be some post-year content coming out next week and the week after that. Some exciting collabs, as I just mentioned. Now let's go and watch some qualifying. And make sure to mute everything this time, so I don't get banned. Thanks a lot. Alright. I'll keep my fantasy team up for this. Is something happening in qualifying, by the way? Because I haven't had time to open it up yet. First time being a fantasy owner, should I enjoy the race as an F1 fan and try to forget about the team? Yes, you should. 100%. No matter what happens, I'm gonna, like, for the fantasy team, I always enjoy the sport first and F1 fantasy second. It's a thing to enhance the enjoyment of the sport for me, and I don't let it get ahead of the sport for me. I think if it does that, you're gonna end up falling out of love with the sport and eventually out of love with the game as well. I think the sport should be in focus. For example, when Kimi Antonelli does well, I'm happy because Kimi Antonelli does well because I like Kimi Antonelli and he's so young and so talented. I enjoy watching him drive, but I've never had him in F1 Fantasy, so I get boomed by it every time. Like F1 TV, boom. All right, I need to go to the bathroom so badly. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. All right. Why am I bad on Twitch? I accidentally leaked audio. I accidentally leaked audio of the FP3 stream, of the FP3 broadcast for like a second. Oh. All right. Yeah, nice lap from Behrman. Whew. What a year it's been. Let's double check that I'm not streaming audio. Perfect. Okay. All right. So the poll time from last year. Dude, Behrman P1, dude. What are we doing? I should have bought Behrman, dude. I should have taken my own advice. I mean, I did. My tip of the week was trust your gut, and my gut was that Behrman would do well. But my, you know. Yeah, 1,000 slower is crazy. Alright, what was the pole time? Pole time last year was 1:22.595 by Lando. So 1:22.6, essentially. So we're still, like, 7/10 slower. 6/10 slower. Russell fastest. But it's very even. Like, look at the time. It's from first down to 16th is half a second. Leclerc is lost. Story of the season, yup. But I mean, this is the next level thing, right? This is. All right. Behrman P2. Hamilton's 5th. What was the result of the unsafe release? Was it just a fine? Or did Antonelli get a penalty? Just a fine? I'm slightly surprised. I mean, I guess it's practice, but... Alright, let's see the Alpine, turn 1. Yeah, over the white line. Oh, it's barely. I mean, I don't want... listen, okay, let's check the elite data. Behrman bought by a solid chunk of people, 23.2%. Hulkenberg, ooh, that's way more than I thought. He's not a differential at all. Lawson, massive differential. Yikes. I should have gone for Lawson, dude. Bortoleto is still a differential. But yeah, damn, Hulkenberg got bought by so many people. Alonso got bought by more people as well. Piastri sold by a bunch. Norris bought by a bunch. Most people are on Max Verstappen 2x. So I guess I'm not that differential after all. Yeah. It's like 10k penalty to Mercedes for pit lane incident. I'm sure they did more than 10k worth of damage to Tsunoda's car. I mean, they could just literally one mistake and you're just gone. So, sure, Behrman's fast now, but we'll see what happens. Considering I have Alonso now, I have Verstappen, I have Hulkenberg. Piastri's still owned by 50%. I think I need like a Piastri DNF. Also, I sold Hadger and Sainz, right? Sainz sold by 37% is surprising. No penalty for Yuki. That's kind of crazy. But whatever. Yeah, Sainz sold by 37% is surprising to me. I think he could punish sellers. I mean, I was one of them, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But I suppose I need like a Hadjar Sainz DNF. Hadjar Sainz. I need Hadjar Sainz Behrman. The three that I said are the best midfield drivers. I need them to DNF to have a good weekend. Or Piastri. I swear Ferrari don't put Charles on softs. I don't know what they're doing. Alright, 3 minutes left. I'm going to pause this for 30 seconds because this one's ahead. There we go. There we go. Now you're caught up with me. Now you see where I am on the broadcast. Piastri on a purple. Punished. Purple by Piastri in Sector 2, but someone has a better Sector 1. Norris improves on Russell, but I think Piastri's going to take it here. We're still slower than last year. Piastri by half a second. That's close to the pole time from last year. That's a massive jump by Piastri. Uh-oh. I sold him. Uh-oh. For a -10. Uh-oh. That's not good. Antonelli purple. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of track improvement here. Fret not. Sainz is on a purple. Antonelli's on a purple. Verstappen's on a purple. Antonelli P2. Russell, no improvement. Verstappen, purple sector 2. Yeah, McLaren are so fast in that third sector. Still two tenths behind. Leclerc half a second back, fourth. Sonoda, Bortoleto, Ocon, Gasly, Colapinto currently bottom. Would be surprised if Gasly and Colapinto get out here. I mean, Gasly's on an improvement. They're going to catch flags now. Lawson goes to 9th. Pierre Gasly. Around the final corner. Let's see what he can do. Only 15th. That's not going to be enough. Here comes Lance Stroll. Up to 10th. Gasly's out. Alright, let's see if the Saubers can do anything. I wouldn't mind the double Sauber Q1 exit. Alonso goes 4th. Really good. Here comes Ocon in 19th. Bortoletto's on an improvement in 18th as well. Ocon, no improvements. Sector 2. Bortoletto's still behind to Albon in Sector 2, even though he's on a personal best. Let's see how good he is in this third sector. Ocon up to 12th. Albon's out. Albon, Gasly, Colapinto out. Here comes the Saubers. Hamilton, only 15th. Hamilton could be out. Hamilton could be out. Hamilton and Tsunoda could be out if both Saubers improve here. Bortoletto, Hamilton's out. Oh my god. Hulkenberg's out in 18th. I'll take it. That's decent. Decent for fantasy. Massive disappointment though. Dude, Hamilton's gone again. There's like 3 Q1s in a row, is it not? What is he doing? I can't believe Tsunoda survived, just barely. Hulkenberg out. I mean, I don't mind Hulkenberg from 18th at all. I don't mind it. You are the teller of future always. Yep. He just sounds deflated, man. This is so... This is not, like... This is not even... It's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. I want it to stop. Please. He's actually gonna go a whole season without a podium. I mean, I know the Ferrari's been bad, especially the second half of the season, but like, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. And I've heard very little about Ferrari hopes, but like all the chatter about next year is like Mercedes engine, Mercedes engine, Mercedes engine. I haven't heard anything about Ferrari performance. Ham is ready for next season. Ham's ready for retirement. This is so sad. It's actually not even fun anymore. Like when it happens once, you're like, oh my god, Lewis Hamilton's out in Q1, and now it's just, it's just a bit sad. I don't like it. What happened, dude? I need the Ferrari to be good next year so Hamilton can get a podium. Like, he cannot go his whole Ferrari career without a podium because, like, as he's driving right now, he is out of a drive in 27. They will not renew him for 27 if he drives like this next year. So if he continues like this, he retires after 26. My god. It's sad. The only happy person is Toto. I don't even think Toto is enjoying it anymore. Toto probably loved it the first like 3 times. I don't even think Toto's enjoying it anymore. To be fair, 39 years watching, actually grew up hanging out in kart world and with Hamilton. Damn. Hence don't like him. Oh, don't like my team taking him. I worked in paddock a fair bit before the table. You have some lore. You have some F1 lore, Holly. I obviously don't know these people. But that's crazy lore. Alright, bring on Q2. I'm ready. Behrman 9th? See, that's I would accept a Behrman 9th. I don't want anything higher than that. Alonso 4th is perfect. But Norris half a tenth behind Piastri is worrying. Really can't have that. I really cannot have that. Max out, waiting, ready to go. Villa last minute winner versus Arsenal? Really? I've not been paying attention to Premier League at all. Damn, that's hype. That's really good for the excitement of the league. Arsenal will bottle it. Doo-da, doo-da. I saw reports insinuating Max was sandbagging in practice and that he may win this race pretty easy. I don't think anything comes easy, but hopefully they're wrong. Hopefully they're right. I just bought Max Verstappen. I want Max to do well. Do you have a Prem team? Yeah. It's not fun. It's a miracle how cheerful I am. I mean, I think I'm cheerful just because I've lost, you know, man loses hope he didn't know he had left. I'm a Ferrari fan. That's no fun. We're gonna have a driver on the grid next year who was born like 2 months. Like he's almost not been alive for a Ferrari World Drivers Championship, World Constructors. So I'm a Ferrari fan. Awful. I'm a United fan. Awful. I'm literally I'm so cheerful because like a man has nothing left to lose. You know what I mean? There's nothing that can hurt me anymore. I have felt enough pain. Dude, Villa are actually in a title race, by the way, after not scoring for the first 6 games of the season. Would Amorim or Vasseur do better in the other one's position? That's a really good question. That's a great question, Tyler. I don't know. The thing is, like, I feel like I know what a football manager does. I don't really know, like, exactly what Fred Vasseur does compared to, like, the people that work for him. So I feel like I don't think, like, I think if Amorim was in Fred Vasseur's position, we wouldn't notice too much change. I guess we wouldn't notice too much change the other way around either. That's a really good question, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know enough about the team principal role compared to like a football manager, because like what a football manager does is pretty obvious. I think like if you put Amorim in the seat of the like the lead strategist, that would obviously be awful. But like with Amorim having the same support as Fred Vasseur does have, and just being the person that kind of calls the shots, I don't see like the thing changing. So I think Amorim would do a better job in Vasseur's position than Vasseur would do in Amorim's. Because I also can't see anyone doing well in that United manager role. Antonelli on purple, sector 1. But yeah, it's that sector 3 for the McLarens mainly. But I really need to see something from Norris here. There you go. But yeah, I guess I'm for F1 Fantasy. I guess I'm hoping for Verstappen pole, right? Hadjar 4th. Let's see what Russell does. First. Stroll 3rd, by the way. Verstappen was on used tires, by the way. You can see that here. Alonso 3rd. Dude, where's this Aston Martin pace coming from? We thought it would be Haas and V-Carb. Or no, Haas and Sauber. Yeah, I definitely agree, Holly. Mercedes looking good, yeah. But again, I'd say Max Verstappen's looking good. But my gut, and has been this entire leading up to this weekend, has been that Norris wins the championship, but Verstappen wins the race. Norris P2. Good lap. Yeah, Russell's just up there messing with the Drivers' Championship. I think Russell could win the championship next year if the Mercedes car is as good as been rumored. Because like in terms of pace for the 2026 season, all I've really heard is that Cadillac will struggle big time. Red Bull's engine is looking dicey, and Mercedes is looking super fast. Those are like the rumors floating around right now in terms of pace for next year, and we don't really know anything else. And considering that the only thing I've heard about potential good pace is the Mercedes being good, I feel like Russell could be favorite to win the championship. Alonso giving slipstream to Verstappen. Dude, Alonso's just freaking worst, man. Still with that, could not get past Russell. Maybe Russell takes pole, huh? Russell goes pole to win. Behrman 14th. Don't mind that. What did Leclerc do? Dude, there's just no pace in that Ferrari. Ferrari's just a midfield team at this point. Oof. Yeah, like getting Ferrari assets in F1 Fantasy is like buying Alex Albon for 22 million. Like, what's the point? That's why the price algorithm this year is not perfect, because top drivers need to fall more in price when they're this bad, and they don't. They're kind of limited to how much they can fall. It's super weird that like cheap drivers fall more in price than top drivers. Do you know what I mean? Like why? Because that in 2024 that was the case, right? That the cheaper they were, they couldn't drop as much in price as like top assets. Whereas like if Max Verstappen had a stinker of race, he dropped like 1.5 million. I feel like it shouldn't be that swingy, obviously, but they really need to change the price algorithm for next year. And now Norris is ahead of Piastri by a tenth. This is gonna be so unbelievably tight. They should fall more. I feel like with how Ferrari have performed this part, like the fact that they haven't dropped to like 18 million has made them just non-options. There's just no reason to own Ferrari. Alright. Here they go. Hadra, Sonoda, Antonelli, Behrman, Lawson currently out. I think Leclerc goes out here. Bortoletto's 6th, by the way. Everyone seems to be on new softs here. We're gonna get some crazy times here. You feel Russell pole? It's looking like it. But we'll see. I mean, things are going to change now that everyone's on fresh tires. Here comes Leclerc. Yikes. Yellow sector for Leclerc is not good on fresh softs. I think I was right. Leclerc could be out here. Low temp tracks and Mercedes is a love story. Yup. Sonoda. Antonelli does not improve. First sector. Stuck in traffic, question mark. Leclerc, here come up to the second sector. It's an improvement. Let's see what Sonoda does. Sonoda purple in sector 2. Am I dreaming? Antonelli, massive improvement in sector 2. Way ahead of what Leclerc is. Oh, no, sorry, that's 2 Leclerc. Antonelli could be in trouble here. Leclerc's 4th. It's a decent lap considering that first sector. We'll see if it's enough. It could be enough. Tsunoda 6th. Even with purple sector 2, it was not enough. Antonelli only 8th. Antonelli could be out here. I think Antonelli will be out here. Bortoleto 4th. Bortoleto 4th, and we didn't even see the bloody lap. Sainz only 9th with a purple sector 1. Bad sector 3. Antonelli's 10th here. Here comes Hadger. Yeah, Antonelli's going to be out. Antonelli's 100% out. Lawson 10th. Antonelli's gone. But Lawson will also be gone. Beaten by his teammate. Here comes Hajar up to 6th. Brutal lap. Ocon and Behrman, will they knock Sainz out? Ocon 8th. Sainz is out. Sainz is out. Alonso currently 10th, but on an improvement. Behrman also on an improvement. Tsunoda and Alonso. Ocon. Alonso 4th. Insane with a yellow sector 3. Behrman. Oh, just out. Dude, Behrman 11th, Sainz 12th. That's great for my fantasy team. Let's go. Let's go. Tsunoda makes it. P10. Stroll's out. Antonelli 14th is not good. Not good. Lawson 13th. Bortoleto 5th. Look at the timings. What are we doing? It's 3.6. It's 0.36. The forbidden combination of letters. What are we doing? How is 0.35 seconds between 1st and 15th? Like, what? What are we actually doing? That's insane. Oh my god, Verstappen is a millimeter from being over. Slight snap from Antonelli there, but like, the fact that that's enough to just lose out is insane. What could he, like, what did he lose on that corner? 2/10 at most. I can't believe it. Oh my god. Chose the wrong Sauber? Hell yeah. The Bortoleto pick! The Bortoleto pick! I think Max would have been fine even if he was over the line. I don't know how much he improved by. Yeah, I think Max would have been like 6th. Oh my god. Behrman and Sainz going out is so good for my fantasy. 11th and 12th is actually like F1 fantasy hell. And that's 2 of the biggest drivers that I don't own. Beautiful. Antonelli as well, gone in 14th. Actually, Antonelli 14th, Tsunoda 10th could be Red Bull Racing above Mercedes. That could have been the play. Unless Russell goes and wins it. But if Russell's like 4th or 3rd or 4th and Verstappen wins, then Red Bull Racing could definitely be outscoring Mercedes by a solid bunch. Unless Antonelli can gain all the positions in the race. Oh, I had to answer the door. Yeah, that's bad timing. Space to climb? Oh, most definitely. With the lower tire temps, I mean, Antonelli could definitely gain positions here. But 11th, 12th is rough. And I really hope they freaking stay down there. I'm going to be a Behrman and Science hater. Hadjar 7th, I don't have him anymore. Ocon made it to... Yeah, Ocon in Q3 is not very common. That hasn't happened that much this season. Depending on how Max does, would you final fix out Sainz rather than do Lando to Max? If Lando's on pole and Max is P3 or lower, I wouldn't want to go from Lando to Max. So, sure. Like, you can go from Sainz to Hulkenberg, but if you already have Hulkenberg, there's no one really below, so you would want to go to the one that's above in a decent spot. So maybe to Ocon, if Ocon gets like a P6, or maybe like a Bortoletto, if Bortoletto's P6. But it's not, there's no real standout option, because like you don't want to final fix Sainz to like Gasly or Colapinto, right? So if it's not Hulkenberg, if you already have Hulkenberg, you kind of don't want to go below Sainz. So you're trying to look for someone above, and then you kind of need one of the midfield drivers, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Ocon, to get like, or Alonso as well, to get like P4, and then go for them and hope they stick there. I won't have time to make a final fix video, unfortunately. I'm super busy tonight. Literally, as soon as this is done, I'm leaving to a Christmas party. And then I'm working tomorrow morning. Was Max over the line? Sophie! Sophie, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've lost my voice. I've voice cracked like 45 times. And then I'm going to my dad's place for like a holiday dinner. And then immediately from that, I'm going home to just barely make it in time for Leon. Also, I got banned on Twitch, so I can't even freaking stream the event on Twitch anymore. My freaking Twitch account got banned. I got absolutely boomed. I accidentally... I was gonna mute my music, and I accidentally unmuted the broadcast instead for the Formula 1 for like less than 2 seconds before I like muted it again. And Twitch's like auto AI system, whatever, just immediately flagged me and just banned me in an instant. No, not copyright music, like copyrights, like the freaking F1 broadcast. No visual, the audio for less than 2 seconds. Insta-banned. Insta-banned. Can't even appeal it yet. Like, I'm trying to appeal it and it doesn't show up. It just says... It says that my account is not banned when I go to the appeal page, but when I try to log in, it says I'm banned. So, you know. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah, I probably will be able to appeal it, like, tomorrow, but... It is what it is. Katy Perry? What are you doing there? Katy Perry's just chilling in the McLaren garage. Here we go. Final qualifying of 2025. Final qualifying with these garbage-ass cars. I mean, we're going into a new era. It is pretty sad, actually. Like, even though, obviously, these cars have been awful, it is still an era of Formula 1 coming to an end, and this is the final time we see them on track in qualifying format. So, here we go. Here we go. I want to see For F1 Fantasy, I want to see Max Pole, Lando second. Preferably Piastri in like 5th. And like Bortoleto and freaking... freaking Bortoleto, Alonso 3rd, 4th. Russell 6th. But I think it's gonna be crunch time. Considering it was 0.35 seconds between 1st and 15th in Q2, this is gonna be absolutely brutal, and literally anything could happen. We could see literally anyone on pole here. Now, granted, I don't think we'll see Yuki Tsunoda on pole. Lando with most podiums again this season. Crazy. He's been very consistent this year, whereas Piastri has not been. Like, sure, Lando might have not had the edge to get, you know, those wins, those certain wins that he could have gotten, but you cannot fault his consistency. Good first sector from Verstappen. Oh, oh, dude. Red Bull are so happy that Yuki Tsunoda made it through. Yep. Yeah, here we go. Yuki Tsunoda giving Max a tow. Yep. Yup. They're used. Oh, dude. Yuki Tsunoda demoted, and here he is giving Max a tow. That is brutal. The story time there, the storyline there is absolutely brutal, but considering he just made it through to Q2 and then just made it through to Q3, the fact that they have him there is insane. Here we go. Max Verstappen is on a 1:22.295. That is an insane time. That could just straight up be pole. Insane lap. That could just straight up be pole. Bortoleto 1:23.2, Ocon 1:23.5. Not good from Ocon there. Bortoleto 1:23.2 is not good enough either. That's not gonna reach very far. Hadjar 1:23.4 though. Norris 1:22.7. It's not even close. It's not even close. Where's Piastri? Where is Piastri? I know, dude, you guys are gonna absolutely cook me because you said Piastri Verstappen, but I just didn't believe. I wanted to sell Piastri. I didn't trust him in. Piastri. Leclerc close to Norris this time. Piastri second. But it's not close to Verstappen at all. It's not close. There's, like, the gap between Verstappen and Piastri is as big as the gap between all drivers was in Q2. Okay, what can Russell do? Oh my god, Russell nearly just slammed that. Oh! Okay, if Russell's pants aren't at least a tiny bit brown, I'd be very surprised. That's only P5 from Russell, but that was a big mistake. That probably cost him at least 3/10. At least. Probably more. We could see a Russell P2 here. Max's pole, that's final. How can they approve of that? I mean, Piastri and Norris were on used tires, I think. Oh my god. How much did... Oh my god, the slide. What would Russell's time have been had he not done that mistake? I feel like Russell would have been P2. I think Russell would have been P2 if not for that mistake. Leclerc P4, Tsunoda P10. I mean, he didn't even set a lap. He was just there to do the run for Max. Ocon P9, no surprising there. Hadjar P8, bad lap from him. Alonso also not a great lap. Quite the gap between 5th and 6th here. Surprisingly so. Yeah, slight mistake from Norris, but it's not much. Cost him at least 2/10. At least. I think it was more. I think Russell would have been P2 if not for that mistake. So I think Russell definitely has like a 122.3 in him. We'll see what Piastri and Norris can do. But like, how do you beat that time from Max? You just don't. Alright, so Max is winning the race tomorrow. Unless something crazy happens. But like if Norris is P2, Norris is not dive bombing Max into turn 2. He's slotting in right behind Max, perfectly safe. Come on, Russell, give Lando a toe. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, they're they're cheating! They're cheating! That toe was insane! And McLaren are not going to do that, obviously. Well, I think that's 3/10 on last year's pole, by the way. All racing, baby. Yep. That toe was absolutely filthy. How much did Max gain on that toe, do we think? How much of his lap is that toe? What would have where would he have been had he had the same second sector as like Piastri and Norris? Because he was slower in sector 3 than them. I can't see the sector times. Oh, Russell's trying to tow. Oh, yes! Because, oh my god, Verstappen will want to give Russell a tow. Oh my god, dude, they're playing... Your McLaren are sitting ducks. Everyone hates them. Yeah, look at Russell. He's gonna be lost because Verstappen will want to give him a tow so that he can go second. This is so filthy. Oh my god, they're playing chess. McLaren are playing checkers. Papaya rules in the mud. This is what you can do when you don't papaya rules. Russell's such a fucking... Oh my god, Russell's actually such a... Oh, I can't say the word I want to say. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, slimy. Yeah, that's the word. That's so slimy. Okay, so you're going out straight behind Max only. Yeah, like, I mean, because it's looking like Max can be pole all he freaking wants, but if Norris is P2, P3, it doesn't freaking matter. They need Russell in between there. Like, actually, Red Bull need Russell, which is insane. And Russell's like, I'll freaking take it. I don't give a fuck. This is so sick. I believe Piastri moves his Lando's P4. I think so too. But, like, I mean, they need 2 cars in between there, so they need Russell. That's 1. I don't care about Lando's mom. I'm so sorry, broadcast. Literally, Papaya Rules is hindering McLaren from playing check. They're playing, you know, Papaya Rules is forcing McLaren to play checkers, and meanwhile you have freaking Russell and Verstappen playing chess. I love this. This is racing. Come on, come on. Pole is win here, so yeah. But again, win is not enough for Max Verstappen. He needs a Norris P4 or below. And if Piastri's in between there, then Piastri could help. So he needs like Russell and Leclerc. It's actually really unfortunate for Verstappen that Antonelli went out so early, because like Antonelli's like the other option for in between there. How are they playing chess checkers? Can you explain, please? Basically, like McLaren are not helping the like one or the other drivers; they're just driving. Meanwhile, Red Bull are out here giving toes through Tsunoda, and also they need Russell in between, right? Because Verstappen wants to be first, and then they want like Russell and Leclerc, and then Piastri, and then Norris. So it's actually in Red Bull's interest to give Russell a toe and help Russell out. And Russell realized this and just said, put me behind the Red Bulls, they'll give me a toe and we can get a podium. Max is improving? Okay, but that was Sector 1. That's Sector 1. He won't have a Sector 2. Surely not. Or is he getting towed again? No toe on Max Verstappen here in Sector 2. Yeah, okay, so Max improved Sector 1, but Sector 2 is gonna be worse. Sector 2 is better? Are you... He didn't even get a toe! What are we doing? That's disgusting. Piastri improves, but is P2. 122.4. Where's Norris? Norris is P2. Norris is P2. Norris is ahead of Piastri. Max improves without a toe. Are you kidding? Oh, Russell loses it. P4. That's literally exactly what I wanted. This is perfect for my fantasy. Okay, what happens to the rest of the cars? No time for Tsunoda is crazy. Alonso 6th, Bortoletto 7th. It literally could not be better for my fantasy team, by the way. Out of the drivers that are in this thing, it literally could not be better for my fantasy team. Because like I'd rather Alonso 6th, Bortoletto 7, and then Ocon, Hadjar 9, 10, and Tsunoda 10th, than like Alonso and Bortoletto being lower. P7 for Bortoletto, like let's not forget that. That's insane. 2 pole positions indeed for Max Verstappen. He did. I don't think he had a toe that lap. Or am I stupid? Am I just super silly? I don't think he got a pole. I don't think he got a toe there. This is perfect for my fantasy team, by the way. Literally perfect for my fantasy team. For like, okay, tomorrow Norris is not diving. If you dive bombing, if you have final fix and you have Norris, you final fix to Verstappen right now. Verstappen is winning the race. If you have Piastri, I don't think there's anything you final fix Piastri to, because I don't think it's worth final fixing Piastri to Russell, especially since Piastri like needs to dive bomb turn 1 anyway. So there's like nothing to nothing to do about Piastri here if you have him. Leclerc 5th, like good job, I guess. In terms of like cheaper drivers, there's like really no final fix opportunities apart from just going Norris to Verstappen. Anything else is like, maybe you go for like, if you're like Russell or Piastri, maybe you final fix to Antonelli for the overtaking, right? Like if you're on Russell right now in P4, would you not go for Antonelli and hope that Antonelli can climb to like P5? I think that's what you do if you have final fix. Because like in terms of cheap assets, there's really nothing. Like would you final fix Sainz to Alonso? That seems very counterintuitive. Maybe like final fixing Sainz to Hulkenberg if you don't have Hulk, because Hulk is starting P18. But I don't think Alonso or Bortoletto is high enough to final fix to. I think it's either Antonelli, like either Piastri, Russell down to Antonelli, or you upgrade Norris to Verstappen. I think those are the only options for final fix. I should definitely tweet about that before I go, because I'm not going to have time to make a video about it. You have Verstappen, Russell, Sainz, Behrman, Alonso. Who final fix? I think it's Russell to Antonelli and hope Antonelli goes up to P5. That's what I would do. I think that's what I would do. because you don't want to sell Verstappen. I don't. There's not any cheap assets that I think is good enough, like in a good enough position to final fix. All right, I'm just gonna quickly tweet about that. If you have final fix available still, I would only do Norris to Verstappen, or Russell or Piastri to Antonelli, hoping Antonelli can climb to P5 says P6. P6. No cheap asset seems worth a FF. Hashtag F1 Fantasy. Boom. Post that. And then let me get a cheeky screenshot. There we go. Quickly just... I should definitely not have Twitter here because there's so much BS on my Twitter these days. Final team selection of 2025. My third points hit of the season to hedge Verstappen plus Norris. Piastri, Sainz, Hajar to Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Alonso. Thank you for this season. Alright, boom. Alright, if you're still here, thank you so much for being with me for this. If you have Twitter, interacting with this would mean a lot. Oops. No, nothing you must do, but you can do if you want to. What a qualifying, what a season. I will be out with a video Tuesday, Wednesday, I would imagine, with the season results, and I will be live tweeting. I won't be live watching, but I will be tweeting live. So if you follow me on Twitter, you can see my reaction to the finale as it's happening live. So I will be tweeting as that is going on. And hopefully this is enough for me to reach top 1K. Alright, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to call it now. Thank you for the stream. My voice is destroyed. And if nothing else, I'll see you next season. Goodbye.